She's on my lap. What else is new? But we're gonna try something a little bit different today. We're a little bit earlier. I should probably notify the Discord we're going live because we're actually an hour earlier than we normally would be, right? Just gonna update the Discord really quick, let everybody know. Okay, and we're just gonna dubs check that we're on the YouTubers and the Twitch, as we always do, while the kitty rubs all over me, because that's what she does best, goddammit. Looks like we're good. Let's make sure the WoW sounds are on as well. We're good on the YouTube front, and we'll just double check that Twitch is streaming World of Warcraft, not Baldur's Gate. And it looks like we are golden pony boy. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so, a little bit different today. Why is it different today? Because we're playing Classic WoW. And how does that differ from regular? We normally play regular World of Warcraft, and I have been getting an itching. Alright, this is how it goes. Full trans. Trans, begans, shugs, and bans. So, we're gonna get banned if I keep this shit up. So, essentially... sorry, it's myself on my phone because I'm a degen. Essentially, how it works is every Christmas, for whatever reason... Okay, we'll start from the beginning. I didn't have a lot of friends growing up. I still really don't, honestly. But, around the Christmas time, I hated school to begin with. I always hated school. I struggled because I, struggled to make friends. Long story, it doesn't matter. Anyways, I always looked forward to the holidays because as a Jew, close to Christmas, there was a lot of time off because it was Jewish holidays and stuff like that, and I would just get a little bit more time off than my friends, so my Christmas break would start early. My friends, I didn't have friends. So essentially, it gave me more time to play WoW and be away from school, and school was very difficult for me. Very difficult, more difficult than most, to the point where I had multiple specialists, psychologists, all kinds of people coming in because I wasn't speaking to anybody, I wasn't making eye contact, it's a long story. Anyways, I was always excited to get into WoW because it was the only place that I felt a little bit of comfort in life when I was a kid. So I always looked forward to around the holidays because it would be guilt-free time for me to play for 12 plus hours a day because I didn't have to be at school. I was too young to have a job, yada yada yada. And it was a one time where I wasn't worried about life or anything else. WoW, I felt accepted. I had a guild, I had a community, I had friends that I made. I would make new friends when I would play the game and do quests, stuff like that. So it gave me a sense of humanity, which I didn't feel in the rest of my life. And maybe that's sad. I don't know what else to tell you. That's my life. So two things happened in my life, and I'm going to stop this ramble and we'll get into the game. But I want to explain why Classic WoW is so important to me. And because today's Thanksgiving, I want to share a little bit of gratitude. I was so nervous for school that even today, at almost 34 years old, I'll be 34 next year in August. 35, sorry. Next year in August, I'll be 35 years old. Even at this age, every September, near the end of my birthday, near the end of August, as September's coming around, I get this feeling in my stomach, this anxiety, as if school is coming. And school's not coming. I'm 35 years old. I graduated college, ladies and gentlemen. There's no school. But I'm so traumatized and conditioned, I guess, that around that time of the month is time to go back into the scariness of school. Hey, Insane Gamer, it's great to see you. That every time around September, I get that feeling in my gut. But the same thing happens around December, where I get this urge to want to play Classic because there's something so cozy about the slow pace of Classic. It's cold outside. I live in Canada. You don't want to be outside in the winter. It's negative 30 degrees. And it's stressful and just it's cold, and then you come on to WoW and it's just cozy and there's people chilling by the fire and it's slow and you have to run 40 minutes to get to Tanaris. It's just my brain is so fast that when I play WoW, it doesn't give me a choice but to slow down. And there's something so comforting about that. And I think I'm reliving my nostalgia when I play around the holidays because, again, being alone on the holidays, not having friends, not going to friends' houses for Christmas like my brother did, I had WoW, and I had a community in WoW, and I had a sense of purpose in the game more than I had in life. So, for whatever reason, I always get the urge to play around Christmas, and I thought, why not share this fun with you guys? So I made a new character. This is on the new servers. I made this character yesterday, and we're going to just play a little bit of Classic WoW today, take it chill, It's a very long-winded way, and to be truthful, I'm very aware, as someone that went to school for marketing, and this is going to be transparent for a second. I could do things, and I could market both the stream and the way I speak to the stream and the content in which I do to help the stream grow and to make it actually profitable. And How could you say that? Because it's all chance. It's not as much chance as you think. A lot of it is analytics, and if you lean into the analytics, you can grow things. The problem is that becomes a job then, and I don't want this to be a job. So I'm doing things that I know may not help the stream grow, but I don't care because this is something special and fun that we do together. And the people that are here for the right reasons. So while I could lean into things that I know would get more exposure, the just chatting section, react videos, clips on TikTok, it's a formula. It's not luck. It's very formulaic, and you can hire any company if you pay them enough money to help you grow on TikTok or any other social media platform. But that's when it becomes not fun. So that's why what we're doing today is having fun and playing classic WoW and taking our time and rambling like, the psychos that we are, because this is something I look forward to. And if I have to look at analytics to try to make it grow, I won't look forward to it anymore. So that's all. So that's the point of the rambles. That's the point of the conversations. That's the point of everything that we do here. Going so much against the grain of what should be done if you want to grow. Because if we're able to grow this even a little bit, what we have here is something special that you can't recreate with numbers or analytics or anything else, because it's organic. And it's made by people that want to be here. And that's something special, I think. And that's sort of what we're going for here. I don't know. I think it's sort of neat. I think we can look back on that years from now and say, I'm glad we did it this way, because when we are slowly developing something special here, and a year, 2, 3 years from now, when it's even bigger than it is now, we're going to realize how special it was now, because of course it'll grow, and the more it grows, it won't be as personable, but we'll always remember the small community we had really early on, and the people that stuck it out and stayed, and so that's all. I think it's really neat, and I'm speaking from experience, because I've done this with many people as well. I found many artists, people that draw, people that write music, people that make films. And I've stuck with them as they've grown in their careers. And it's really cool to see how far they've come, how much they've changed. But what's most cool is knowing that you were there at the beginning. And you got to see the transition. And you got to see how they developed over time. So that's all. I don't know. I'm a real big fan of that kind of come-up story, personally. It's funny that they're talking about Linkin Park and gorillas and stuff. This is another thing I love about Classic WoW, is they always talk about, they're always just chatting in general. And it's not usually politics, it's usually just like old WoW talk. It's so fun. Yesterday, people were just making jokes about undead. Someone was a shaman here yesterday. And the shaman's like, where's the shaman trainer? All the undead are like, brother, you are in the wrong area. Your kind is not welcome here. There ain't no shaman trainer in Undercity. I don't know what you're looking for, but go back to Orgrimmar where you belong. It was the funniest thing. I love how there's like unintentional racism in Classic WoW. I don't know if OnlyFangs did that, or that's just how Classic WoW always has been, because like Classic WoW is like a little bit more racist in that regard, where it's like if the race doesn't have your class, you can't find a trainer there. You have to go to wherever the race's class belongs. Now new WoW, you can find like shaman trainers in like Goldshire, but old WoW was a little bit more like divided like that, and it made for an interesting storyline, honestly, because the undead are sort of they're sort of weary of the Horde. It's worth noting the undead don't like the Horde, from my understanding. They accept the Horde. They have a mutual enemy with the Horde, but they're still outcasts in a sense compared to the rest of the Horde, compared to the Alliance, the Alliance, compared to the Trolls and the Orcs. I think the Trolls and the Orcs are the closest. I think the Tauren are an ally, but they're still not, like, brethren like the Troll and the Orcs are. And I think the Undead are sort of like the black sheep of the Horde. I could be incorrect, but that's my understanding of the lore. I think the Tauren are a little bit resentful of the Horde because I think they got slaughtered by the Centaur, and the Horde was busy or not helping them as much as they should have or something until... I don't know what the full story is, but I believe there's a little bit of resentment with the Tauren and the Orcs and Trolls, because I believe the Tauren felt that they could have had help fighting the Centaurs. But I may be misremembering facts. It's been 1,000 years. But it's neat to see the lore again. I'm trying to remember what the fuck happened. If I'm wrong and someone knows, please correct me, because like I'm going off memory from like 40 years ago, right? So this is like so fun though, just the openness of it, the questing, like it's so slow. I was honestly debating maybe not even streaming, truthfully, because I got a bit of a headache, but I figured, like, I'll just push through. It'll be fun, you know? I think it's weather-related, probably. unfortunately. I don't know how many of you guys have weather-related headaches, but unfortunately in Canada, it's the weather, it fluctuates so drastically that it's like it freezes over one night and then it literally melts the next day, and the barometric pressure just goes insane. And because of it, I don't know, it just causes headaches and stuff like that. This gentleman is being rude. It's like, brother, you're like, what the fuck is your issue? You're playing on a PvE server. Why are you being rude to me? Moron. Go get wrecked by the guards, Mr. Big Shot over here with your like 6 health. Jesus Christ. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Do it, buddy. Yeah, here we go. Now I'll do rude to you too. Have fun. See ya. It's like it's a PvE server. What are you being rude for? Jesus Christ, brother.
What are you looking for?
This add-on, dude, so sick. I love this add-on. So this add-on changes World of Warcraft. It's insane to me that this was a labor of love. You don't have to pay for it. And you get AI reading you text when the new game itself doesn't even have that. And I understand people would be upset if Blizzard used AI to have people do the quest text. But if the option is have AI read the quest text or have no one read the quest text, it's still more immersive when AI is reading the quest text in a somewhat undead voice compared to me just reading it in my head, personally. So I would love this. I use AI. If you don't want to hire actors, use AI to read the quest text because this is the coolest add-on, and it's only in Classic.
Well done.
Like this.
I regret not being there to see you smash those undead into rotting pulp.
The way he said it sounded like an undead. It didn't sound like an orc. That's pretty great. That's pretty cool AI, if you ask me, man.
To form a base at the Agamemnon Mills. If they do, then they can stage further attacks within Tirisfal. The orders have been given. The scourge in the mills must be destroyed. Go to the mills, collect notched ribs from Rattlecage and Cracked Skull soldiers and blackened skulls from Dark-Eye Bonecasters. To get to the mills, follow the road west. After crossing the bridge, take the next fork north, then keep going north. When you see windmills, the battle will begin. Remember.
I think it's so fascinating because there's another thing that's so interesting about Classic WoW is I think Blizzard had a little bit more respect for the player's intelligence. And what I mean by that is I do have Questy up here because I just wanted it to be easy and relaxing. But if I didn't have Questy, I wouldn't see what the quest objectives were. And what I would have to do is I would have to read the quest text. And as you can see, they don't say like directly where it is. They're like, okay, if you want to know how to get there, this is how you get there. Which one is it? It's the fields of, it's the mill. So this is like, if you want to get this, how you get there. You, to get to the mills, follow the road west. So you're like, okay, so where am I? So I need to orient myself first. First off, I'm facing north. So that would be north, east, south, west. So this would be west, so I'm facing west. What's the next step? And then it would say, after crossing the bridge, take to the next fork north. So you would walk, see the bridge, you would look at the map, north, then you would recalibrate yourself. Like that's a level of immersion that doesn't exist in WoW anymore. And it's okay, because it makes it simplified for people that aren't reading. You just look at the map, just like I'm doing, and I go right there. But there is something exciting about sort of discovering it yourself and using like placeholders in the world, like the bridge. Once you see the bridge, go north. Once you see this, go west. It feels very immersive, and it's sort of neat. Like I wish there was like a balance where you could have that in regular WoW, but still offer the opportunity for people to have the idiot-proof version as well. I feel like that would be like a really cool happy medium. That way you could still get that immersion.
You have performed your bidding well, young adventurer. You are proving yourself to be quite an asset.
The Dark
to
Lady's army.
Dark Lady's
I just think it'd be cool if we could find like a balance between the two, because it feels like to me regular WoW
If we are to defeat
is a little bit
officers
too
from the north,
spoon-fed
human
to
infestation
us.
From the south, we need to start realizing the full potential of our gift of undeath.
I just want to hear what he has to say. Sorry.
Ingenuity, a simple pumpkin becomes an agent for our Dark Lady. This pumpkin, laced with my latest formula, will prove to be quite a treat. Yet another Scarlet Zealot has been captured and is being kept in the cellar of the Gallows End Tavern.
I remember this quest.
This pumpkin to the fool.
Yeah, he's crazy. Apothecary, like Johan, if that's how you say his name, is insane.
Has called upon the Royal Apothecary Society. The Dark Lady believes our knowledge, coupled with the newfound magic, will provide the key to Arthas's demise. She has challenged us to concoct a new plague, a plague deadlier than any
Imagine.
of Azeroth. This new disease will bring Arthas's scourge army to ruin. My studies show that the blood of beasts might prove to be the key. Bring to me 5 vials of Darkhound blood so I can test my theory.
That's a neat story, right? Like he wants to create a plague, the deadliest plague imaginable.
See a friendly face. I don't get much chit-chat from Apothecary Johann unless he wants something. He's been out of the grave too long. Someday I'll be like that, I hear. Creepy. Maybe by then I won't care.
So yeah, it just feels like a regular WoW was a little bit spoon-fed to you, and I don't... as someone that plays regular WoW very often, I would just appreciate a little bit more immersion, I guess, personally. That's the thing that I feel WoW, recent new WoW struggles with the most, is the lack of immersion.
Names of the officers in the Tirisfal glades. Imagine the
Ooh, grats, buddy.
morale of those bloody zealots if we were to kill their leaders in one swift strike. The documents Executor Aaron provided are just the break we needed in our battle with the wretched Scarlet Crusade.
You now know the exact
We now
location.
know their exact locations throughout Tirisfal glades, but the Death Guard has larger concerns. The Lich King's army grows in number each night. We need someone with initiative like yourself to drive the Scarlet Crusade to the grave. Prove to me you are capable of serving the Dark Lady by traveling west to the tower past the Solidon farmstead and slay 10 Scarlet warriors.
Sorry, 30 seconds. Just got to respond to a quick text. I actually have a few other characters I'd like to level in Classic as well. I just did the Mage first because I wanted to play around with the idea of AoE farming. I've never actually done it. I've never leveled the Mage. So I figured, why not level the Mage first, get him 60 first, then I can AoE farm to like sort of supplement my other alts a little bit easier. Because if I'm AoE farming, I'll probably get lots of cloth, lots of gold, lots of items, lots of stuff to send over. So when I make a hunter, it's a little bit easier for him. I feel like mages are the strongest farmers. I've always only played more or less hunters in Classic because I love the Rockdalar staff so much, which we're going to be getting again because I just love it so much. But I figured, why not switch it up a bit, try something new, Mage. Sorry, one sec. $30 seconds. I just got to, my apologies. But I hope you guys are having a wonderful Thanksgiving. Do you guys, anyone watching, do you guys have plans for today? Or are you guys just chilling at home? I know some people don't really have a whole lot to do, and that makes them a little bit sad, sort of like on Christmas. But I thought it would be a nice idea to sort of go live. That way, at least if someone is home and alone, at least they don't feel as alone because, you know, maybe I'm here just talking absolute nonsense. I don't know. Maybe that's just me overthinking it a little bit, but... Alright, let's get into it, though. Cool. So we got the quest, execute the 10 Scarlet Warriors. Alright, I see we have this quest as well, but that's too high for us right now. We're gonna sell some stuff to clear some bag space. We haven't gotten bags yet either, so that's gonna start getting sketch, but we'll try our best to hold off for as long as possible. That will sell. We don't need that. I feel like we don't need the Malshinite, but Wolf meat. We'll hold on to this stuff for now. Okay. Guess we could sell the bent staff, I guess. I just want to keep this because it's such an OG robe. I want to keep it all the way because it's a cool looking robe.
What are you looking for?
We're going to hand in stuff here because we're going to get rid of that pumpkin, which is taking up our bag slot. And we may be able to speak to the mage trainer as well.
Rest your weary bones for a spell. Trust no one. Oh, a letter? Wonderful news. I've been waiting on word from my dear old mother in Deathnell. Such a saint she is. I wonder how she's holding up. What?
Is that how you say it, Deathnell? I've always just pronounced it Deathknell.
Well, get lost then. It's really no business.
It's a silent K, I guess. Alright, like knife. Yeah, I guess I'm just dumb. I don't know.
Got some coin to spend. Loafer. Next thing you know, you'll be coming back to rest after a long day's adventure or some stupid thing like that.
Well, I guess what sells for more? Oh, they both sell. It doesn't matter.
Bye.
We'll just buy the water. We'll just sell the water because I make my own water. So why bother? Right. Oh, right downstairs. We give them the laced pumpkin. Right.
What are you looking for?
What are you looking for?
It's interesting. I always find it so fascinating when they give guards specific names instead of just calling them Death Guard. Like they're actually like named NPCs. And why is this dude here if the Scarlet guy is here? Why are they both here? Stay away, foul and unholy creature.
By the light, finally some food. Sweet, sweet pumpkin.
Oh, I gotta wait for this guy to... Oh, it's just to kill the dwarf. I thought we gave it to the dwarf. I didn't realize. Ah, yeah, dude. It's fun as hell. Man, it's so much fun. I didn't know you had an account. That's funny. He's dead. I gotta wait for him to respawn now to hand it in. Did it count? No, I still got the pumpkin. I gotta wait for him to respawn. It says completed, but I think I still gotta give it to him. It's in my bag, so we're gonna just give it to him. Yeah, there we go.
By the light, finally some food.
Alright.
Sweet, sweet
I
pumpkin.
think that, yeah, now it takes it out of my bag and I got credit for it. Let's move on. Alright, he's gonna die. There's nothing back here, right? We're just gonna double check. There's no, perfect. Nothing. Let's get on with it. You guys ever do, like, dry... Oh, look at... This is so strange. Why is the 1,000 needles here? Isn't that, like... It's just a placeholder, I guess. Piece of art. But it just doesn't make sense why the undead would have a 1,000 needles poster in the middle of an inn in Brill. It's just sort of strange. I know it's, like, so classic. It just doesn't make any sense, but...
Greetings. I'm an undead mage trainer, and you're a mage.
Fire blast! Fireball! Nothing else? We're gonna get rid of unavailable, and we're just gonna do available, so I can see what's going on. Okay. Warlock, Demon... You're just some named NPC. Undead Rogue. Where are you? Where'd you go, buddy? I was gonna buff you. You are. Rogue Trainer, Priest Trainer,
Talk to your class trainer.
Journeyman Enchanter. Let's do Enchanting.
I am greetings, traveler.
Let's learn Enchanting.
The arcane.
Am I crazy, by the way, or did they increase the amount of gold you make and stuff? Because 4 silver, almost 5 silver, with doing as little as I've done so far, seems like an awful lot. Unless it's just, I don't know. It's just more than I remember, I guess.
Dark lady, watch over you.
Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and... Oh, there's quests in here. Right, there's that one, which we're too high for. This one, is it in here? I think it is, yes. Okay, this is the grave robbing one where you gotta kill the gnolls. Because if this is the one with the gnolls, we actually have to put our new abilities out as well before I forget. So Fireball rank 2 over Fireball rank 1, and Fire Blast, which is sick. Love it. Right, and we got Conjure Food, which I don't probably need, but you know, we'll
The
go
mass
anyways.
graves, southwest of Garen's haunt to the north, were made to accommodate the impressive number of deaths Tirisfal suffered when the plague first came. The bodies in these graves have so far been spared an undeath, but the Scourge now send rot-hide gnolls to gather the corpses and use them to bolster their armies. This cannot be allowed. Your task is twofold. Slay the rot-hides at the mass grave and Garen's haunt, and gather from them the embalming ichor that gives them life.
I've never heard of it as Ichor. I thought it was like Ichor? Maybe it is Ichor. Okay, so yeah, we do have that quest, so maybe we'll level and then we can pick up Grave Robbers, and then we can do this one too, because this is Magadai. Magadai is one of the gnolls, but he is going to be orange to me, so we'll do this one first. That's level 5 quest, level 8 quest. It's level 8 quest. Okay. It's Darkhound Blood. I see the Darkhound Blood is everywhere. Okay. We'll kill some Darkhound as we make our way to the Scarlet guys. By the time we do the Darkhound quest and the Scarlet guys, it should level us enough that this quest will be easier to do. Mills Overrun. Yeah, so we'll do this one while we're making our way here. We'll bang this out, and then we'll keep killing more dogs here if we don't have enough. We'll do this mill quest, which will definitely level us. Then if our bags are full, we can go back, hand stuff in, and then we can tackle this one, because this one is a little bit tougher, and he's going to be orange to me right now, because he's level 10. So that should give us enough of a plan to tackle all these quests with as much ease as possible. I went undead, actually, because I was thinking about going gnome, but I was thinking about, well, what's my hunter going to be? And I think my hunter is going to be a Night Elf, because I usually do Night Elf hunters, because it's so OG. It's so classic with like Rockdalar. I love the Storm Saber so much as a mount. I was thinking about doing Troll actually as well, but I don't know. I feel like it's more iconic to go like Night Elf. It's just my idea of like a classic hunter is like a Night Elf. So because of that, I said, okay, I don't want to do 2 Alliance. Let's do, and your Mage options on, you literally have 4 options for Mage. That's Human, that's Gnome, that's Undead, that's Troll, and that's it. So I was not going to be a Human. I was not going to be a Troll Mage. So my option was Undead or Gnome. And I probably wanted to do a Gnome Warrior as well, because I love the way Gnome Warriors look with the PvP set from Alterac Valley. Or not the PvP set from Alterac Valley, but just that golden armor that you can get from doing PvP in Classic WoW. I love the way it looked on Gnomes. So I said, okay, if I'm already having 2 Alliance characters, a Hunter and a Gnome Warrior, then let's have some experience in the Horde, because I've never leveled a Horde in Classic. So that's why we went with Undead Mage. I know it's a long-winded way to say that, but essentially it's just like process of elimination of like, okay, what else am I gonna play besides a Mage, and then what would be a new experience for me? So that's why we went Undead, because Mages are a new experience, and Horde, the Horde side of Classic is a new experience for me. Oh, I just tried to blink. I don't have blink. I'm not going to have blink for a very long time. So there's that. Is that another quest that I missed somehow? Gordo. Wait, yeah, Gordo is, he says, hey, pick these Blossom Rot. It's like Blossom Rot or something it's called. Rot Blossom? Is it called Rot Blossom? Something like that? Let's see how good my memory is. I remember Gordo's like a, oh, so he's not here. There he is. Yeah, I was going to say, I remember he's a, what are they, Abomination, right? That's what they call them, Abominations, I think. God, the stream's an abomination. Master wants weeds. Us got big hands. Not good picking. Us want help. We not hurt you. Us need gloomweed. Many weeds around here and near road. Yes, sir. Brill Graveyard. Because I was passing some... I saw, like, someone was here as I was running through killing these dogs, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't have that quest yet. So that made sense why I didn't have it yet, because here's a dog. But you could see the gloomweed around the trees, like, back there when I was doing stuff, and I didn't know why I couldn't pick it up. Even though I haven't leveled very high in a Classic on Horde, I've leveled enough to remember some of the quests, like this gloomweed one, for example. Or like the Maggot Eye one, for example. But I've never taken them to like high levels. I think it was more around Burning Crusade when I started playing more Horde. Or closer to, yeah, Blood Elf. I think Blood Elf Rogue was probably like my real main. There's some. Yeah, I had a Night Elf Hunter. Man, the aggro range is out of control in this game. Like, that guy was in Africa by the time he noticed me. But he still came over because clicking this thing triggered it. It's crazy, dude. It's so classic. It's the most classic thing I've ever seen. And I see it all the time. It's like, it's just so classic. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ, brother. This is what I'm fucking talking about. See? Here we go. And this is specifically why I don't play hardcore WoW. This is why I will never play hardcore WoW. Would I be able to level a character to 60 in hardcore WoW? Yes. If I was being paid, if someone said, I'll give you $10,000 to level a character without dying to 60. Of course, anybody could do it, even the most unskilled players. But it may take you 6 to 8 hours to complete one quest, because if you're super careful, you'll never die. But you also probably won't go in any caves, you'll never enter an instance, you'll never do any group quests, you'll never do any escorts, you'll probably spend most of your time leveling by grinding, not even doing quests, because it's safest if you're in an open area where you can run away to ensure that you're not going to get stopped or jumped by any respawns. So it is possible for anybody to do it. But it would take forever and it would be boring as shit. Who the fuck wants to do that just for the sake of, like, ego? Look, I did it without dying. Like, it stinks. The game's too unpredictable. So I don't want to, like, put that random challenge on myself just for the sake of, like, ego. Look, I was able to do it. I'd rather just have fun. So that's why, like, hardcore's not for me. That being said, there are people out there that like that challenge, and that's why I'm happy it exists. But it's just for, like, ego stuff. Like, it's not like you get, like, a better reward, or, like, if there was, like, some kind of sick mount in, like, retail that you would get if you banged it out one time in Classic for 60, I would do that grind for, like, 12 hours or whatever the hell that grind is. But when you don't even get anything for it, it's just, I just don't need the ego boost. It just doesn't do it for me. That being said, though, it's a lot of fun to watch other people play it, because I don't have to deal with it, personally. If I had to deal with the repercussions, I wouldn't want to do it. But watching other people deal with the repercussions is fun. Sort of like UFC, right? At least for me. I get the same benefit of Classic, playing Classic, without the stress of having to play hardcore. So that's why it's not for me. But I respect those that do it. It's certainly fun. But a big part of WoW for me is social, and hardcore is, like, could not be any more antisocial, because if you're doing hardcore correctly, you should not be grouping with anybody. It's very stupid to group with people, because you're with a bunch of randoms, and you don't know how stupid these people are, and you don't know what kind of stupid decisions these people can make to wipe you and make you reset at level 60. So, like, the only time you should be grouping in Classic is if these people are people you trust your actual life with, unless you're okay restarting because someone pulled 1,000 mobs because they were texting their girlfriend. And that ruins the fun for me. Like, I want to be able to chat with randoms and make friends with random people and do group quests and escort quests with people, and I want to practice AoE farming, right? Like, so. I'm shocked I didn't pull that guy while I was looting this thing. I'm shocked. Alright, let's drink some more. Watching Mizkiff die, like, 3 times already, or 4 times, however many freaking times he died, is insane. Because he's got to, like, it's just... It's nuts. It's crazy, man. But, I mean, I understand why he does it. He's making lots of money. Every time he dies, it's a viral clip. Every time, you know, something like that happens, it goes viral. Lots of donations. That I understand. That certainly is motivation to do hardcore. Would these people do it in their off time? I don't know if that's the case, honestly. I don't think many of them would. I don't even think many of them would play it if it wasn't as trendy as it is right now, truthfully. I think it's so trendy right now that a lot of non-WoW players are playing it just to get on the trend, because they're hoping for a bump in views, which is a smart thing to do. I agree. Yeah, all the guild ads are super long. There's no point. A guild invited me. I joined whatever guild I was in because, like, who cares? I can leave it eventually if it's not for me. Like, once I hit 60 and the grind starts happening, people are clearing Onyxia, people are creating raid groups or filling members, that's when you look for a guild. Right now, it's just fun. Like, this guy's looking for endgame content. What level is he? He's 9. A million things can happen by the time he hits 60. Even if it's a couple days, a million things could happen, right? Rattle Cage Skeletons. I think that's the one I did yesterday. Yeah. It was so insane. The skeletons yesterday, people were killing them, and the drop rate stunk. So I finally said in general, like, would anybody like to group so we don't have to play this constant game of fighting over the same damn mobs when we're all trying to do the same quest? And then I had a whole bunch of people group with me, and then it was us stealing the mobs from everybody else that was soloing it. Because, I don't know, I had a few people decline, and then they just missed out, and they had to wait like 3 times as long for us to finish the quest because they didn't want to group up, which is fine, but then you have to suffer the consequences. That's classic WoW. Like, there's benefit to grouping because you don't share mob tags. So if you group, you share mob tags. So that's all. I ended up doing the quest 4 times as fast because I had 3 other people killing the same mobs I was killing. I don't know. It's strange. I mean, I think... See, the problem is, MMO RPG stands for Massive Multiplayer Online Role-Playing Game. And World of Warcraft is still a massive multiplayer online role-playing game. You're playing online with multiple people. You're not grouping with them. but you're playing alongside them. That I think is the problem. I don't want to play alongside people. I want to play with people. And even when you do Mythic Dungeons in retail WoW, even when you do Time Walking in retail WoW, you're not playing with people. You're playing beside people. The tank is in Africa, killing the last boss, while you're zoning in. That's what it's like. That's the experience. And the only way around that is for Blizzard to create barriers that make that unfavorable. You can't incentivize people. I mean, you can incentivize people to do the right thing, but they'll still find a way to try to min-max it. So ultimately, you should punish people for doing the wrong thing. That's the only way I can think about it. Because people will always do the wrong thing. People will always take advantage. Tanks will always run ahead, ruin the experience for everybody else in the dungeon. So I don't know. I don't know how to fix it, but it certainly sucks. And if you're in the minority, let's say it's not that bad, you're in the minority, because the majority of the experience of the average retail WoW player is that the community is dog shit. And other games have much better communities. And I don't know how to fix that, but I really would like to fix it. And I know at some point it will get fixed, because enough people want it to be fixed. But I think it ultimately starts with Blizzard. It's ultimately Blizzard's fault for allowing these sweats to even exist, because you're incentivizing this shitty, sweaty behavior. And sweats, and to be fair, these sweats, how good are they? They're not even that good. It's like, what the worst part is, they're not even as good as they think they are. It's just frustrating. My friend had a very good point. That Mythic Plus essentially was the start of it. It made everything so much worse. Nothing has been as bad as far as toxicity in WoW until Mythic Plus came to the scene. And they're feeling it now, because they've never had as little people playing Mythic Plus as there is now. They're struggling so hard to get people into Mythic Plus. I believe they were even talking about, or there were rumors about taking away rewards from delves, or lowering the rewards, because too many people are running delves, not enough people are doing Mythic Plus. But maybe it's because they don't want to deal with people. It's exhausting, and Mythic Plus stinks. It's boring and repetitive. It's a very small minority that actually enjoys it. And if you look at the analytics, that's what it's saying. It's saying that the average person, the average player, is not doing Mythic Plus, and they're trying to find ways to change that. I know I'm going to die here. I just want to try to kill this one guy. Can I kill him? So close, so close, so close, so close. Oh, damn, he's not going to tick. That's a problem. All right. All right. Darn. Can I get it up? Can I get it up? Oh, line of sight. Can I get you? Got you. Haha, I got you. You stink. That's going to kill me? Oh, I died in the air. That's classic WoW in a nutshell. Wasn't even close to hitting range. What killed me? Classic WoW in a nutshell. That's why we don't play hardcore. Don't have patience for that kind of nonsense. The amount of nonsense and shitty ways that I've seen people die in hardcore WoW is beyond infuriating. That's why I can't do it. You gotta have a game that operates, like, properly, without these, like, insane mechanics. Mizkif dying to a guard is stupid. And I understand Soda says, like, well, you should know that there's a glitch that happens when you duel people, that for half a second, pets are aggressive and guards attack you. It's like, gee, guys, we just celebrated, like, 30 years. Or 20 years? We just celebrated 20 years of this game. Do you think over those 20 years, between sexually harassing people, you could have fixed one bug in the game? Like, it's crazy, dude. It's just insane. That's all. That's all. I don't know. But it is fun. Like, you know, the run back is fun. Like, this whole experience is harder, and it is fun, and I enjoy this. It's cheesy at times, but it's like cheesy. It's cheesy with a smirk, I would say. It's like, it's the charm. This right here is the charm of WoW. It's annoying when you die, but at the same time, it's like, all right, it's classic. This is fun. This is fun, I have to say. I don't know. That's sort of what I mean. Like, a little bit of punishment is not a bad thing. Yeah, but I don't know how to fix the Mythic Plus problem. But I was reading something maybe a week ago that was saying that their engagement has never been lower than it's been this X-Pack. And they thought last year set the record for the lowest engagement in Mythic Plus. But they've even shattered that record this year with the lowest engagement in Mythic Plus. And they're struggling so hard to try to figure out how they can increase engagement. And I think this is the problem with, like, the way Blizzard thinks. Instead of trying to increase engagement in something that no one wants to play, why not just recognize no one wants to do it and create something else? Instead of trying to force people into a hole they don't want to do. Why are you punishing people for that? By, like, taking away things or incentivizing them to do something that they don't want to do. But I think the reason is because they put too much resources into Mythic Plus at this point, and they don't have the development resources to create a new outlet for gearing. So they have to force us into the Mythic Plus hole because they're like, there's nothing else, guys. It's this or nothing. So this is all we got until next X pack. And that's my prediction as to why they're pushing so hard to get people to run Mythic when no one wants to do it. Is that true? Hardcore is going to be TBC as well? That's crazy. If that's actually true, that's nuts. Oh, I didn't see I had no mana. That's annoying. Alright, we'll just run. That'd be crazy if it is. Wow. I wonder how many people are going to lose their characters in the Burning Crusade. Some of the mechanics in BC are nuts and super unforgiving. I'd be curious. Like, WoW's just not meant for hardcore. Respectfully. It's like you're playing a different game when you're playing hardcore. Because the game's meant to be like Elden Ring. And what I mean by that is it's a game of repetition. It's a game of going into a raid, wiping, let's figure out the fight, let's go again. Hardcore only exists if you have encyclopedic knowledge, not only of the game, but of all the bugs and all the ways the game can go wrong unintentionally. That's where hardcore excels. And I don't think the game's polished enough for hardcore to be appropriate for WoW. It doesn't mean people can't play it. It just means that the game's not as polished as it should be, considering the repercussions involved in dying in hardcore. The game needs to be perfect. And you can't be dying to guards and things that only you know if you've been playing WoW for 20 years. It's got to be flawless with no bugs. So that way there's no... Or you just bring people back when they die to unfair things. That's an option too. And I don't like the excuse of, well, it opens the floodgates. So decide on a case-by-case basis. Like, what do you want from me? That's a stupid excuse. It's a lazy excuse for not to do your job. Well, it opens the floodgates. It seems like Diablo's hardcore is a little bit more polished than WoW's hardcore. I haven't played it, but based on what people tell me, they're like, it's fair. It's pretty fair. And the game doesn't have as many game-breaking bugs as WoW does. And I'm speaking from people that played hardcore WoW and played hardcore Diablo. They said generally hardcore Diablo is a little bit more polished, where they thought of, we're clearly going to have a hardcore mode in this game, so we need to make sure that things can't happen to kill characters unfairly, or it completely defeats the purpose of a hardcore setting. And that's smart. That's good developers. So I'm happy to hear that that's good. I haven't played Diablo, but the people that play it seem to really like it. Oh, we got both of them. Alright, let's go back down. I'm not dealing with this. Go back down. Oh, is he spawned again? Man, they respawn fast, man. Holy. See, where'd that attack come from? They're up there. That's what I mean. He attacked me, but he wasn't even down the stairs yet. How did he attack me? Okay, we'll stand right here, and that should be more than enough. Then we can drink in a sec. You still coming? You're going to turn around, aren't you, buddy? Come on, you son of an onion. There you go. Now I can drink. Right? Alright. Ay, ay, ay. Come on. There you go. We just need one more. Are they talking about Sylvanas? Yep. Yep. Sylvanas was sick. She was one of the coolest villains or characters we've had since probably Illidan, and they shit on her story like you couldn't imagine. I don't understand what was going on there. With that whole, like, she wasn't herself, she was mind-controlled. It was so strange. Shadowlands was a disaster. It's just... should have obliterated herself like Garrosh. I just prefer Sylvanas not to be evil. That would have been cooler, in my opinion. Just don't make her, like... I don't like the whole, like, when she turned. It was against everything she stood for. That's what didn't make sense to me. That's why they had to be like, well, the jailer manipulated her. It's like, yeah, because, like, it wouldn't have made sense to say that this whole time she was fighting for autonomy, and then suddenly she becomes this, like, dictator that goes against, like, the very reason of, like, rising the undead and creating the whole undead faction. It was strange. Her whole thing was like, I have autonomy, I've broke free from the Lich King's mind control. So I believe that all undead should have that freedom of autonomy. If they want to be a warrior, they can be a warrior. If they want to be a farmer, they can be a farmer. Even though they're undead, they still deserve the freedom of choice. That's a brilliant character. So why that character then turns around and says, okay, now I'm going to control the whole world and control you and take over the world. It just seemed like such a insane shift. I don't know. I think that was a big reason people complained about Shadowlands. It seemed so like such like a called-in expansion in that regard. And Torghast was a little bit cheesy. I remember in Torghast. Okay. I may have told the story before. I apologize. In Torghast, there was a buff for Demonology Warlocks where you would empower your demon every time you'd go onto a new floor. And what that means is Torghast would be like floor by floor by floor by floor. I think there's like 15 floors total or 9 floors total or something. And every time you would make it to the next level, your demon would get like 100 times health and 100 times damage. And when I say 100 times, I literally mean like 100 times. So if you complete the first floor, your demon now does 200% damage and has 200% health. Now you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. That's broken. Yes, except how Torghast worked is for those that didn't play in Shadowlands. Torghast was like a delve, except instead of being one beginning and end, it was like a little instance. You'd make it through to the other side. You go through another instance portal, and it would take you to level 2. And then you do the same thing, level 3, level 4, all the way till you get to the final boss. And generally, the levels would get harder, and the bosses and the characters, the enemies, would have more health. Some of the bosses on some of the more difficulties had more health than traditional raid bosses. And so how would a single person kill an enemy that has more health than a traditional raid boss? Well, as you're moving through Torghast, as you're killing enemies, these orbs are dropping. And as the orbs drop, you get all kinds of weird abilities and strange things that do things you've never done before. For example, it could be like, every time you cast Lightning Bolt on your Shaman, it jumps to 3 other people and heals you for 75% of that damage. So essentially, that's when I made up, for example. So essentially, it would be like, you don't have to heal yourself as a Shaman. Just spam Lightning Bolt, and it AoEs everything, and it heals you at the same time. And some classes, it wasn't about fairness, it wasn't about balance. It was about craziness. It was like, how crazy could we take these classes? How far could we push it? And some classes were like absolute murderers in Torghast, and other classes struggled a little bit more. So the Warlock, the Demonology Warlock specifically, wouldn't empower himself. He would empower his demon. So when I would play with my friends and I would do Torghast with them, I would empower my demon, and by the final boss, when we're fighting the final boss, my demon would have 60 million health, 80 million health. Like, it was obnoxious. He was hitting for like 300 million, but to be fair, their health was like 500 billion. Like, it was like, the numbers, it got to the point on the high Torghast levels where the numbers were so unfathomable, nothing made sense anymore. And it was just, don't die. That's all, like, it was so stupid. It was so dumb. But here's where it gets real. Here's where I get real salty. Torghast sometimes required you to jump down ledges and stuff. Like, there'd be a ledge, and you'd have to, like, jump, or you'd fall into your death. So my demon is powered up. But I can't resummon him, and he can't die. If he dies, when I resummon him, I lose all the buffs. And he's back to a normal demon, and I get one shot. So I can't die, and my demon can't die. So I was doing Torghast, and I pushed it to the last level. I was in there for like 2+ hours. And my demon was a tank. He was a tank. And I had to go to the last portal to make it to the final boss to finish the run. And there was a lip where it was like that. And I was standing here, and I had to jump down to this lip. So it was like that, and there's a gap in between. So when I made the jump, and I jumped from here to here, I jumped, but my demon got stuck. And then he despawned. He didn't die, he got clipped on the jump and despawned. So I was stuck at the last level, staring at the final boss, with all my hard work erased, because my demon clipped and I lost all that power. It was all for nothing. And there's nothing I could do about it, because that's just the mechanics of Torghast. And after that, I never ran it again. And that put a sour taste in my mouth for Torghast, and I said, all the fun that I had goes out the window because something like that can happen. And that sort of describes the entire X-Pack of Shadowlands for me. it seemed like there was a lot of potential and a lot of fun ideas, but they were very poorly executed and not tested well enough. The mob being another example of that. And it seems like we're moving away from that. It seems like Dragonflight was the opposite of that. It seems like they've tested it a lot more. It seems like a lot more was fixed. It seemed like they were more responsive to the community when people were complaining about things. And it seems like in this newest one, The War Within, they're even more responsive and receptive to the community. I'm really impressed with where WoW has gone from... Look, if you listen to me talk on these streams, you'll think I hate this game and I'm always complaining about it, but I care about it very dearly. That's why I'm trying to make it as amazing as it once was. But if I may express a little bit of gratitude, I feel that Blizzard is coming around the mend. I complained a lot earlier, even in this stream, because I was talking about previous X-Packs, but I feel that in the last two X-Packs, especially The War Within, they've never been more tuned into what the community wants. In spite of Mythic Plus not being great, they're listening. And it seems like the way they're developing systems, the way they're developing the account-bound reputations, the war bands, player housing is like, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't want to lose a raid tier or like a cool mechanic because we have stupid player housing. I don't really care to play Sims that much, but... other than that, I think that they're very receptive to the community, and I'm very impressed with the direction Blizzard and WoW has been taking the game, and I'm very hopeful for the future, honestly. I really am. I think they've learned a lot from Dragonflight, and I think they've learned even more from The War Within, and I'm really excited to see what comes in the future, because I genuinely believe that they're locked in. I genuinely believe they have a good vision of what the future can bring, what players want, and I'm excited to see what that would be, because... I believe that there's enough talent still at Blizzard to turn this game around and make it better than it's ever been. I genuinely believe that. I don't know what that would look like, but I believe they will start implementing systems in WoW. Whatever it is, maybe it is player housing, who knows? But it'll be something, and we'll all just be like, yes. I didn't know I wanted this, but now that I have it, I can't imagine life without it. And that's what's going to happen. And I'm thrilled. I'm excited for it. I really am. I really genuinely believe that. When they told us, you think you know what you want, but you don't, he was correct. And people shit on him for that, but he's right. We know what we don't like. We don't know what we want. There's a big difference. That's all. I think that's important to recognize. And I think players are insulted to be told that they don't know what they want. But it is what it is. Sorry, guys. That's the truth. You don't know what you want. You're not game developers. You only know a system works after the system is already successful. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's because it's not your job. Your job is just to play the game. Your job is not to make the game. It's hard to know what's fun until we experience it for the first time. The same way you don't know what sounds good or what food tastes good until you try it. Right? So... You could think you don't like a certain food. You hate steak. Well, maybe you've only made steak yourself and you stink at cooking steak. Maybe when a professional actually does steak, how steak's supposed to be made, you realize, oh, steak's actually quite good. I'm just bad at cooking it. And it could be the same thing with the designing games. Maybe your ideas just suck, or you don't have an idea for a bigger picture, for a long term of where you can take a game. But developers generally do. Not always, but often. And only after they say something do we say, oh, I never thought of that, but that makes sense. And that's what I think that gentleman meant when he said, you think you know what you want, but you don't. He said it wrong. He could have worded it better, but I understand what he meant. He was correct in what he meant. And if you disagree with me, then I encourage you to go make a game, because you'll be a very wealthy person. Because games are very, very popular. Look at all the games that exist. You're either lying to yourself or you don't like money. If you think that you can do a better job than Blizzard and you're not making games, go make a game and go buy your mom a house with that money. Because if you think you know better than Blizzard, then do it. Why not? Why throw away the free money? Is like how I think about it, right? I don't know. It's free money. If you already got it in there, hire people to do the job, do it yourself, however you do it, and then make it, and then crush it, and then go live happily ever after in Bermuda Triangle. Because you're a man of international mystery. But I don't think most people could do that, honestly. I think people are just like, this stinks. And they're right. But I don't think they know how to fix it, which is okay. there's nothing wrong with complaining about a system and not having a resolution. That's not your job. You paying them, that's what the money's for. We've talked about this before. That's what the money's for. The money's for you having the right to complain. That's what the money's for. It's essentially your license to complain. Paying for something is your license to complain about the product. That's painful. Sick. Hopefully we can drink before this guy pops back up. Okay. What level are we? We're level 7. We're almost level 8. See how long we've been playing for? We've been playing for an hour. We've only gotten like a level or two. It's because I'm like speaking Japanese, I know, but also because the game's a little bit slow. And I don't mind that. It's sort of fun. God, this guy resists so much. It's annoying. Oh, he's able to put something on me? That's crazy, dude. Well, we got a lot of meat, so that's good. So we can start leveling our cooking soon. That'd be awesome. I had a conversation with my friend the other day about just the stream, and I'm like, I don't know, like, what's considered, like, good or bad, or I'm just, like, doing my thing, and he's like, oh, you're fine, you're overthinking it. And I do overthink it, but I don't know. Because I sort of, like, I get in my own head where I'm like, oh, these, like, who wants to watch this? These rants suck. But it's like, honestly, I'm doing it more as much for myself as I am for, like, people watching, truthfully. Not the ranting, just the idea of streaming. It's fun to get on here, to do something, to make something, to have a archive of it, right? So, it is what it is. I don't want to be, like, performative. I don't want to, like, prepare things to talk about. I just want to go off the cuff. Again, because that would make it a job if I prepared things. So if the conversation sucks, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. What am I going to do? Back in the old days, I have a no mage named Softcore. I got to level 42 and someone reported me. So sad. That's insane. Yeah, it's weird. People are weird. These, like, psychos. I've always struggled with, like, the Puritan nature of the Western culture. It's like, get over yourself. Just with, like, things like that. Like, oh, I should report softcore. It's offensive. It's like, Jesus Christ. We're so weird about, like, nudity and stuff. It's very strange. I always wondered, like, what would society be like if, like, nudity was more accepted? Like, our animals were walking around naked all day long. All day long. It's so strange. There's so many things that, like fundamentally at the core of our existence is just tradition. We don't even really question it. Like, you have to wonder, and this is like a insane conversation. This is a beyond insane conversation, but you have to wonder if the actions that are so common in today's society, with lots of people being called out for all kinds of inappropriate behavior, is a result of the repression over generations because of this, like, Puritan mentality we have of, like, don't show skin, no nudity, no this, you know, sex is meant to be special and not premarital and blah, 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 blah. Like, I wonder if, like, hundreds of years of that kind of indoctrination caused enough, like, rebellion that now people in 2024 are behaving in less than ideal ways because as a whole society and culture, we've been repressed for so long that there's this, like, pressure building over hundreds of years. And it doesn't justify people's ignorant actions. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying P. Diddy is justified for what he did. But I'm curious, is if we lived in a less Puritan culture, if we lived in a culture that was a little bit more accepting of just natural bodily functions, would it have created a culture that allows for so much deviant behavior? Like, I don't know if that makes sense. I think the deviant behavior, like sex and boobies, like, ooh, it's so exciting because you're not supposed to see them. But if they were boring, like any other like African culture where people walk around naked, would there be as much? I don't know. It's hard to say, because in those other cultures too, there's all kinds of inappropriate behaviors, right? But again, it's still sort of indoctrinated by Christian values, Puritan values. It's not like they weren't at one point colonialized by like, right, these kinds of values. So it's hard to say that you can't say that that would still happen if they weren't influenced by it. It's hard to know. I don't know, because when I watch like David Attenborough documentaries and stuff, and they'll show like tribes living in forests and stuff, and a lot of them are completely naked, men, women, children. Everybody's like wearing like loincloths. Very little is hidden, and it's just not the same. There's just like a general acceptance of like nudity and things like that, and I imagine they don't use things like soap and like deodorant and stuff. So I imagine like all of those kinds of things that come with lack of hygiene are just naturally accepted, not even questioned. It's interesting. I don't know. It seems like their value structure is a little bit different. We'll never know for sure. But I wonder how prevalent degeneracy is in that kind of culture where you know everyone and you're literally protecting each other because you're living in the woods or in the forest, right? And like, it's not a matter of like, well, we're angry at each other. It's a matter of like, we need to find food today or we don't eat today. And when the stakes are a little bit higher, I wonder how much social dynamics affect the day-to-day compared to us, which I feel like social dynamics is the primary driving factor for our day-to-day. These are the very strange conversations I have. I know. Very strange. Think about this shit often, though. Even when you learn about like Native American culture, it's amazing how much it's changed over the years, and how like Native Americans have like adapted to like the Western culture, which was thrust upon them against their will. They've now not only accepted it, but they've like embraced it. Not every Native American, but you know, a lot of them. And it seems like there's an argument from both sides. One side that says our lives are better because of embracing this culture, and another side that says it's corrupted essentially our values. And I see both sides of the argument. It's interesting, right? Some of the older natives believe that they've seen the transition happen. They've seen the kids use the iPhones and stuff like that, and they're like, this is not good for us as a whole. It's not good for our values, not good for family values. But the other, maybe some of the younger generations, like, no, we want to be like them. We don't want to be these outcasts anymore. We don't want to live off the land. We just want to experience the joys of life. And I understand both sides. I don't think either side is right or wrong. I think it's just different. And it's fascinating because that's one of the few cultures that we're able to witness in real time sort of make that transition between generations, where like the older generations are like, we don't care for cell phones, we don't care for this stuff. Some do, but some are like, we don't want this. We like living the way we've always lived. But the younger generations are like, no, I want that stuff. So they're like coexisting with differentiating viewpoints. I think that's like one of probably the first times that's happened in our recent history. That sells for 4, that sells for 9, but I can use that for cooking, so we'll get rid of the rabbit's foot. I need to kill one more and I can leave. One more, and then I gotta sell some stuff. I'm just looking for that soldier guy. Soldier boy. Is it in here? He's pulling that guy. She's fighting all of them. Okay. Let's see if she dies. Is there anything in here? Is no one else in here? There's no one else in here. Okay. There's one right here. Perfect. Got it. I've been spending so much time off social media because it just drives me crazy with all the nonsense and negativity and shit. So my social media page is pretty much just like hyrax now. If you guys know what hyrax are, it's these very cute. There's these like it's like this like African animal that's supposedly related to like pachyderms, which is like elephants, and they're just really cute. I don't know. They make these weird noises, and they're just all over my social media feed, and I'm thrilled with it because it's all I want to see when I open up my social media is like cute animals. I don't care about like, you know, what's going on in the world. I'd be like, what am I gonna do? I can't take care of myself. What the hell do you want me to do? Knowing what's going on in the world. Have you seen the conversations we have on the stream? Do you think I should have any opinion in anything other than what I'm eating for dinner tonight? Even that I can't figure out. Okay. Fuck, this headache's not letting up. That's unfortunate. Okay, let's pull this guy. I can't believe we're almost 10 already. That's nuts. My god, dude. And we haven't gotten a single bag. And I feel like these guys are never going to drop bags. I feel like it's only going to be humanoids that drop bags. I could be wrong, but I was under the impression that only humanoids drop bags and cloth, but I could be wrong. If you guys know, I'd love to know if that's true or not. I've never officially tested the theory. I've just heard it. Only humanoids drop cloth and bags. I believe only humanoids drop cloth. I believe that part is true. I don't know for sure, but I don't know about the bags. But they would make sense. Cool. We made it to him before he made it to us. So we'll try to kill this guy, then we'll run back to Randall flag. He said flagged. We'll kill this guy and slowly make our way back, and then we'll sell some stuff, and then we'll kill the other guys, the gnolls. Yeah, but I was so... Okay, I don't remember if I finished his thought or not. I think I might have got distracted. I don't remember if I finished his thought. I was talking to my friend, and I'm like, oh, I just wonder if, like, the rambles, like, hurt the stream. I don't want to, like, drive people away. And I'm like, well, what am I doing? Like, driving people away from what? What are we even doing? What am I driving them away from? Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe from this watching the stream, but, like, what do I even do with that? What am I doing with that? Let's say I drive people away, or I don't drive people away. What do I do with any of that? Right? I don't know what to do with any of that information. So, sometimes I just gotta talk myself off a ledge. I'm just so hesitant, I guess, to upset people. I'm so conflict aversive, I suppose, that, like, even random strangers that, you know, I just don't want to ruffle feathers. That's probably truthfully what it is. It's strange. It's very strange. I think it's just a personality type thing. And my friend, too, is like, yeah, like, your rants aren't that bad. And I'm like, yeah, I just don't want to, you know. And he's like, no, you're overthinking it. That's fun. Just dropping love bombs throughout. Her name's Green Bish. I love that. Oh, her funny name. That's a funny name. Green Bish. I wonder how many 60s there are. There's no 60s right now? That's crazy, dude. What country did you say you live in? Canada. You're so funny. All the PvP Andes are on Maladath and Nightslayer. So, what was I gonna say? Lost my train of thought now. Jesus, it's nice to see you, Dennis. Though I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Oh, right. Someone in the guild told me today. I don't remember if I said this. I don't think I was on stream when I found this out. Someone in the guild told me yesterday when I made this character that there's 158 on the server. This was yesterday. It was a gnome mage and he's level 58. And I thought that was crazy that there's a level 58 on a normal server, but Amphi would have been 60 like 5 days before someone else hit 60 on a hardcore server. Amphi on hardcore would have been 60 for like 3 or 4 days before someone hit 60 on a non-hardcore server. That's how insane Amphi is. The dude's a psycho in the best way possible. I love it so much. I loved watching him play and doing that crazy AoE for 20 hours. I was literally falling asleep to it because it's like, this is nuts to watch this high level of play. A Canadian saying sorry. You're so funny, dude. I'm half American, so it's almost like I say, fuck you, sorry. I didn't mean that, I'm sorry, but you are a dick. But I'm sorry, you're a dick. It's almost like a passive backwards way of insulting and complimenting someone at the same time. I get very confused. I have this duality in my brain where I'm constantly trying to insult and apologize at the same time.
Speak quickly. Your efforts in the war are felt among us, adventurer. I will not thank you for doing what is necessary, but the death guards of Tirisfal will remember your name.
Isn't that the song, Remember the Name? Wow, that is a big difference in armor. Wow, that's gonna make a difference. Holy shit, that is 11 plus armor? Wowzers. I always remembered wowzers, I just made a mess of my trousers. I think it's Eminem.
Hello. You have done well, adventurer, and I thank you for your efforts. While you were collecting samples for me, my experiments led me to realize that more reagents will be required for this new disease to spread properly. Poisoning some
Oh, it's a Tauren!
is child's play.
I'm excited to level a druid too, it seems like fun. Okay, give me 30 seconds. I'm gonna pee really quick. Oh, slumber sand. Okay, 30 seconds. I gotta pee really bad. Sorry. Coffee. Be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I wanna get that stuff. Sorry, friends. We're back. Sorry, friends. All right. Let's get into it. Oh, be right back, you said. I'm at the point where I don't care about anyone, not even myself. It's liberating and dangerous. Sounds like a very Nietzsche way to think, huh? Yeah, it's all just chaos anyway, so just go to hell in a handbasket. What's the point of any of it, right? Just be nihilistic about the whole thing. I don't think that was actually Nietzsche's thing, to be honest, but I thought it was more the opposite. It's funny because when people quote Nietzsche, they're sort of like, be a nihilist, who cares about anything, nothing means anything, so why bother with anything? But I think it's the opposite. I think Nietzsche was saying, nothing means anything, so why not, like, appreciate life? Nothing is anything. It's all nihilistic. Who cares? So then just enjoy it, because it doesn't mean anything anyways. Like, why are you getting stressed about it? Like, it doesn't mean anything. That's how I took it, but I could be incorrect. It's like, it's all meaningless. So just, like, give meaning where meaning is, because it's all meaningless. None of it means anything. So just give meaning to things. But I could be incorrect. I could be incorrect. I know there's, like, niche experts that, like, spend all day studying his work, so... You know, I'm scratching the surface over here.
From the lands. According to the information, the Scarlet Crusade has assigned Captain Perrine and a brigade to the ruined tower
Southwest of Brill.
Kill Perrine along with 3 zealots and 3 missionaries and report back to me.
I saw, so he said missionaries, which made me think of, like, Jehovah's Witness. Is it Jehovah's Witness? I think, yeah, Mormons. Jehovah's Witness. Right? Are they the same thing? Are they different?
Executor Zigan tells me
Okay,
you've been
hold
out
on.
killing Scarlet Crusaders. Tirisfal
See what he
Glades
says.
is crawling with them. Varimathras, lieutenant to the Dark Lady, is seeing to it personally that the scum of Azeroth, the human race, gets wiped into oblivion. Here in Tirisfal Glades, we face a particularly annoying breed of
Scarlet
human,
Crusade.
the Scarlet Crusade.
I wonder
Venture
if...
forth and wage an offensive on the Scarlet Crusade, adventurer. Bring me back 10 Scarlet Insignia rings as proof of your loyalty to Varimathras and the Dark Lady.
So, I always wondered, like...
Our time will come.
Do they know that the Scarlet... I guess they don't know that the Scarlet Crusade is not related to the humans. And they just think they're all related, I guess. Because the humans don't like the Scarlet Crusade either. The Scarlet Crusade thinks what the humans are doing is blasphemous. They want to kill the humans too. That's why the humans can run Scarlet Monastery. That's why Alliance can run Scarlet Monastery. They're not allies. The Scarlet Crusade, in my opinion, is closer to, like, paladins than they are to humans, because paladins are, like, strange and, like, obsessed with, like, the light and killing undead and purity and...
When the Scourge first came, the Agamans fortified their home and convinced those in their employ to remain and help them defend. We were fools, but at least we were loyal fools. The Agamans, in their pride, doomed us to undeath. And now they are minions of the Scourge. Serve the Forsaken by defeating the Agamans who fell to the plague. Serve me by bringing me their remains.
Interesting. That's a good story. That's a very good story.
Trust no one.
The Haunted
Devlin
Mills.
Agamand was the younger of 2 sons in the Agamand family, and in life the two could not be more different. Thurman was tall and gentle, while his younger brother was weak and sharp-tongued. When Agamand Mills fell to the plague, I was not surprised to hear that Devlin was quick to succumb. His mad chattering can still be heard near the road leading to the Agamand Mills. I'm collecting the remains of the Agamans, and I want poor Devlin. Find him, destroy him,
Huh.
and bring me his
This guy's collecting, he's like a Pokemon, collecting all the bones.
Beware the
So am I going to hear him screaming then? If I go to him? Because it says you can hear him chattering.
It's so cold now. The plague of undeath crawls through my veins like an icy serpent. The mindless state will be upon me soon. But no doomed destiny will prevent me from serving our Dark Lady. When the call arose, I sewed body bags for the fallen soldiers of Sylvanas' mighty army. Now my hands shake from the chill. If you would bring me 5 dusk bat pelts and some coarse thread, I could sew myself a blanket. Help me, adventurer, so that I can continue to serve the
What's her? She's
cause.
nice. Nice lady. Welcome back, Dennis. Hope you're having a lovely day. You know, I still haven't forgotten about Diablo. I'm slowly making my way through Baldur's Gate, and while doing this and other stuff, we'll get some Diablo in. I hope I've made some progress. I asked Torn, he hasn't responded to me, but I'm like, are we, like, getting a little bit closer to where we are? Because, man, I feel like I've done so much, and I feel like there's still so much, but, like, we made a bit of an impact, right? We're starting to make it through Act 2 a little bit, getting a little bit closer to Act 3, I hope.
I have exactly what you need.
Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of a detour. Sorry, guys. Just want to, soft peg. I know, I feel like there's probably a tailor trainer here, but I didn't find it, so I'm just gonna go to Undercity. Who cares? We're just gonna go to Undercity and just learn tailoring really quick. To use, and first aid, so we can have bandages, and so we can get rid of some of this cloth already. We may as well use it, put it to good use, and start doing some enchanting as well as tailoring. So Dennis, is it like Thanksgiving or anything for you? Like, do you guys celebrate Thanksgiving there, or do you not have Thanksgiving at all? I know a lot of other countries sort of like implement a lot of American holidays, just because, like, I don't know, just because America sort of controls the world in a sense. Not sort of, they definitely control the world. But and what I mean by that is like TikTok and iPhones and like chocolate and stuff like that is like very American. McDonald's, like Americana, everybody wants Americana. Americana like rules the world, right? I don't mean Donald Trump. I mean like fast food and like cigarettes. There's like two kinds of America. There's a country, then there's a culture. An American culture is just like, it's literally like the seven deadly sins, honestly. It's honestly what it is. It's like just gluttony and and I say this with the utmost love for American culture. Like, the best things came from America, don't get me wrong, but it is a lot. TikTok is from China, absolutely, but America like embraced TikTok is my point. That's like why it was a tool used against America, because they knew America would run with it and create a million trends and everything else, right? Like, yeah, like cigarettes are probably from like India or like Afghanistan. There's no way tobacco naturally grew in America first. Like all these plants and all these things that America adopted, then like made their own. Like, that's all. The way we dress, the way most of the world dresses. You know, this is the thing. You go to places like United Arab Emissaries or Mexico or India or Africa, and the people there, they want to do American things. They want iPhones. They want to dress like Americans. They listen to American music. Like, a lot of places in the world look up to America, Americana stuff. Not the politics, but like the culture is what I mean. Yeah, TikTok is probably the most brilliant thing a country could have done to invade another country. It is so freaking brilliant, and it'll be studied in history books till the end of time. That's skidding. I need tailoring. Because we willingly accepted it. We knew what it was, and we willingly accepted it because we like looking at cats.
I can train you in first aid techniques. Dark Lady, watch over you.
To be fair, though, it's like, I don't use TikTok. Not because like, I'm afraid like China's gonna steal my information. I just can't. It's not good for my mental health. It's just too much, man. But I am of the belief that if China didn't steal your information through TikTok, Mark Zuckerberg would sell it to them, or the highest bidder, which would be China anyways. Your data's gone. It's too late. If you're on the internet, good fucking luck. That's how I think, but... Tobacco's from Mexico. Yeah, like, that's what I mean. Like, there's so much stuff that, America just sort of, like, stole and made their own. That's like, that is America. America, in my opinion, respectfully, America doesn't really have culture. America's culture is just, like, a melting pot. It's literally taking stuff from everywhere, melting it into one, and be like, this is ours now. Right, like and there's nothing wrong with that. It's sort of beautiful, but then at the same time, you should just still give homage to where you got it from. Don't just call it American, right? But that's just how they are.
Between the light and the dark, there is shadow, and those shadows have powers you have yet to see.
But it's incredible when you learn about like food and agriculture and like the Silk Road and all that stuff. It's like, wow, like the whole world only comes together because the whole world cooperates. When we get spice from over here, and linen from over here, and resources and metals from over here, and gunpowder from over here, then the whole world comes together.
I'm an undead mage trainer, and you're a mage. Our time will come.
Wow, I'm getting they have upped the gold. There's no way they have not upped this gold. I am making I'm buying all my things without question. It's very strange. I feel like I shouldn't have all my talents and still this much gold left over, unless they've increased the amount of gold that you're getting from quests and stuff. I remember struggling a lot more than this. Okay, so we're gonna learn a little bit of first aid, but before we do first aid, I want you to do tailoring. Let's find the tailoring trainer. Professions trainer. Okay, so that made me a question. Here's my question to you, Dennis. Do you guys celebrate Thanksgiving? Because Thanksgiving is technically an American holiday, technically, I believe, but, well, no, it is. My understanding of Thanksgiving is when the Pilgrims supposedly came to India, where it was actually America, that's what Thanksgiving is. It's like the foundation of like, settling on Plymouth Rock. But Canada celebrates it. And I always asked, I said, like, why are we celebrating Thanksgiving? Because it's an American holiday, and everybody always just said, well, it's because we want a day off, which is fine. But do other countries celebrate it like Canada does?
As I dislike repeating myself, we currently find ourselves in a dire shortage of cloth. Bandages and simple textiles are running low, and donations are being accepted to bolster sagging inventories. While you'll not receive financial compensation, hence what donation means, your aid will not go unnoticed. We don't get many visitors out here. May I interest
Okay, let's quickly do some tailoring.
Yes, I think you have potential. Maybe I can show you a thing or
Do some
two.
bolts.
How can I share my secrets with a beginner? Try speaking with Victor Lord
We
first.
don't. The whole EU have 0% Thanksgiving. Interesting. Do you guys have like another holiday that replaces it, or?
You have much more to learn first.
I'm gonna Google, why does Canada have Thanksgiving? Why does Canada celebrate Thanksgiving? Historically, Canada has been about celebrating the fall harvest and giving thanks for the food it provides before the cold season sets in. Yeah, no, that's not correct. They celebrate the meal of salt beef biscuits and mushy peas to give thanks for the safe arrival in Newfoundland. But that was way after, wasn't it? Interesting. Okay, what can we learn here? I think about like life like that often in the early days of like the world, where okay, I learned everything I could. Imagine that. Imagine like traveling and you don't know where you are going. You think you have an idea. You have like a cartographer, if that's how they say it. But you're like, I hope that he's right, and we're not just like, we don't know if the world is flat. We don't know if we fall off the face of the earth. We don't know what's on the other side of there. The world has not been explored yet. That's crazy to be the first person like, all right, let's take a chance and hope that we won't just fall off the earth, because I don't know as far as I can see. We'll go on this water and hopefully there's not sea monsters like they've been writing about for 5,000 years. Hopefully we won't get eaten by one of those dragons supposedly in the water according to the medieval lore. And if we make it, maybe we'll find another land that we can call home. Like, that's crazy. But that's like every land that's been discovered, right? Like, it's someone took that chance of like, hopefully we won't get eaten by a sea monster. Let's see what's out in the waters. And then they find like a land.
I will instruct you when the time is right. That time is not now. You have much more to learn first.
So we can do a linen cloak, which will give us a skill up, plus we can use the armor because it's one better than what we have. Cool. I could make more stuff too to sell, I guess. So it all uses one. That sells for 31 gold. Sells for 23 gold. That sells for, so... It sells for 11. Oh, it sells for 75 gold? We need to buy bleach. Okay, let's see how much this is going to cost. The bleach is 25. I think it's still worth... of course it's worth it. I think it's still worth it to do this. I think it is.
Our time will come.
What's the quest I need with the coarse thread? Oh, the duskback pelts. Okay, let's quickly make... oh, I gotta put it on my bar. I keep forgetting to put it on my bar. We'll put it right here. Okay, let's make the white linen shirts. And let's see if we can learn an ability. Thanksgiving is Canadian, not United Staten? United States, you meant to say? Yeah. What do you mean by that? Did I make the cloak? I made the cloak.
Yes, I think you have potential. Maybe I can show you a thing or two.
And I hate that it keeps showing unavailable. So we can make a belt. We have a belt. Make a belt. We don't have a belt yet. That'd be sick. We do have a belt, but we can wear the belt. We can upgrade the belt. Gives us skill. We're at 17.
Remember.
We'll make a few more white linen shirts.
Yes, I think you have potential. Maybe I can show you a thing or two.
We'll sell these really quick. We'll wear the belt. We'll sell that. We'll sell that. Okay, it's everything. Let's buy a few more coarse thread. Okay, we'll make the rest of what's here. That sells for, yeah, the white linen shirt sells for the most. We'll buy some bleach. That should do the rest of them. Okay.
Yes, I think you have potential. Maybe I can show you a thing or two.
Like, I always wonder what the origin of like holidays are. Like, what's Christmas? How'd Christmas get started? Like, I feel like it's Christmas German or something? Wasn't Santa Claus like, originally German or something? Saint Nicholas, or it was like Italian or something. He was like a saint of like hookers or something. I think Saint Nicholas wasn't it something like that? Or am I incorrect? And that sounds silly, but I thought Saint Nicholas was there's a saint for everything and everyone. That's my understanding. And Saint Nicholas was the saint for escorts. I don't know if that's correct, though. I heard that 100 years ago. There's a saint for corn. There's a saint for farmers. There's a saint for doctors. A saint for, like, that was my understanding. I remember, this is a little bit vulgar. If you don't want to hear vulgarities, don't listen to this. But I'm not making this up. This is actually from a history book that I read. It was called Empire of the Summer Moon. By I think the author is S.C. Is it Gwyn? Is how you say his name? Maybe it's called Empire of the Summer Moon. That's the name of the book. Empire of the Summer Moon, and it's about the Native Americans, the Comanches. If you know anything about the Comanches, and my understanding from what they told in the book, I'm only going by the book. He said the naming process is based on like sort of actions that you did. So their names were crazy. You hear a lot of names when you hear of like Native Americans, like Standing Bull, Sitting Bull is a name. Like He Who Runs with Bear. Like they're cool sounding tough names. But the truth is, according to this Comanche book, like one of the guys' names was Coyote Pussy. That was one of the guys' names. Another guy's name was He Who Steps in Horse Shit. That was another guy's name. Like, they're sort of funny, right? It's sort of silly. But my understanding is that's how the naming process worked. Whatever, like, you were known for, whatever stuck with you is what your name would be. I think that's sort of silly. First Thanksgiving was in 1578 in what today is Canada, when Martin, an English explorer, had a meal to thank that he arrived safe. Yeah, that's what I saw as well. But then what's the deal with, I think Christopher Columbus was before that, wasn't he? Or am I incorrect? I thought that as well, but I thought Christopher Columbus was before that holiday. Then what's the deal? Why does America own it? Because Thanksgiving is like synonymous with like an American holiday, Black Friday and all that stuff. Is it just another example of American just stealing something else? Yeah, but what I learned from this Comanche book, which was fascinating, is... And this is where I think people are wrong. Because we keep saying, well, we stole the land from the Native Americans. Like, well, who'd we steal it from? That's what I want to know. Did we steal it from the Comanches? Did we steal it from the Blackfoot? Did we steal it from the Chippewa? Did we steal it from... Like, who did we steal it from? Because they were all stealing it from each other, continuously, forever. And before that, there were Native Americans that they wiped out, too. And the Spanish stole it from them, and then the Comanches wiped out the Spanish. That's how the book starts. The book starts that the Spanish came, wiped out a whole bunch of Native Americans, and they're like, all right, we see these savages, we just show up with our guns, we knock them out, no problem. That's how the book started. Like, these guys are dumb, they're savages, they don't know how to live, we have guns. Anytime you see a Native American, you kill them, the land is ours. Then they met the Comanches, and they said, wait a minute. These guys aren't like the guys we've seen before. Why are these guys tougher? How come they're killing all of our men? And you know what happened? The Spanish army, which was far more people than the Comanches, died. The Comanches killed them, took their horses, and were the first people in all of America to ride horses and learn how to ride horses. And because the Comanches were the first Native Americans to learn how to fight on horses, they became the most powerful Native American group forever, for a long time, because they were essentially using a tool that no one else knew how to use. And imagine you're the only people on horses fighting everyone else that's not on a horse. It's like not even fair. It's like not even a fair fight at that point. And that's why they were so ruthless. It's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating.
Assist the bulwark. Patrol east. slay any scourge you find. Spend particular
Don't believe your books. Bullshit.
It has become a haven for interloping scourge.
Saint Nicholas of Myra was Greek, but from a place that today is Turkey. See, it's so confusing. The world like keeps changing. So, who was Saint Nicholas then? Did he have something to do with prostitutes or not?
Our time will come.
Horde would have to get... Oh, the Gorlocks. Allies get more Murlocs. Oh, I see you've played Knifey Spoony before. So he's got... His name is Knifey Spoony, which is a reference to Simpsons. Well, it's a reference to Crocodile Dundee, which is a reference to The Simpsons. Because Crocodile Dundee is that scene, you call that a knife? That's not a knife. This is a knife. But then that happens in Simpsons, and the guy pulls out a spoon, and Bart goes, that's not a knife, that's a spoon. He goes, oh, I see you've played Knifey Spoony before. And that's why this guy is named Knifey Spoony. That's such a deep reference. I love that so much. That's such a deep Simpsons reference. Only the most autistic Simpsons fans would probably get that reference. I love that so much. Hey, Torrance, great to see you. How are you? The amount of lies you just told. Yeah, probably. Correct me. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
What are you looking for?
It's great to see you, Torrance. I hope you're having a lovely Thanksgiving. Is it here? No, the dude's walking. If it's showing it here and the guy's not here, then he's clearly walking around somewhere. We've got to find him somewhere. Was that him right there, pacing? Yep, there he is. Awesome possum.
Intriguing. What's this? Gloomweed? I've no need for gloomweed. That mindless mass of flesh is out there picking daisies and convincing the lady knows how many dupes like you into doing the same. No offense. Very well, you're here now, and that's all that matters.
This quest is crazy.
I'm not going to bother to try to explain things to that abomination. How about you collect what I really need? Doomweed. So
Doomweed. I was collecting Gloomweed. I need Doomweed. Okay.
I'll make it worth your while to gather what I need. Bring back to me enough Doomweed and I'll give you a suitable...
Where do you see the most mixed races? Well, I'm not really...
that they like to
I don't know. I don't have the answer to that, I'll be honest with you.
to the north of the Brill Graveyard. Hurry and be mindful of the gnolls in the area.
I think that the Spanish... My understanding of the Spanish is they sort of raped the whole world, right? They were like the most powerful army in like the history for like almost the... Like, there was for a good portion of history, they pretty much ran the whole world, and if they didn't... What was it that stopped them? Because it was my understanding they were the most powerful force in, like, the world for a very long time. And they conquered a good portion of the world for a very long time. That's why there's a lot of, like, Spanish influence in a lot of the world. But I don't know if that's true or not. I'm, like, a very ignorant person. That's just what I've been told. That the Spanish colonies, or the armies, tried to colonize, that's the word, a lot of the world. And they were fairly successful for a very long time. And I believe, and I could be wrong, but I thought ancient China was before them, but I could be incorrect. But I think the most... Is Muslim not the most populated race, I thought? Or maybe not? Is it like China or something now? I thought Muhammad was the most common name, so I would have just guessed that. Maybe like the Middle East is the most populated, or the most people in the world or something. It's also one of the most ancient cultures in the world too, right? Like, as far as people go, the Middle East is like pretty close to probably one of the first people in existence. Or Africa maybe, right? The first people. I don't know though. Oh, you're hanging with Lawson playing games. What are you playing, Torin? I didn't see that. What are you playing? What I always thought was so interesting as well is like how non-divided like slavery was in in early America, where like I was under the impression that during the slave trade in early America, with like Thomas Jefferson and all those guys, they were seen as not even second class citizens, but like beneath, like they're like farm tools. That was my understanding. The slave trade was like seen as like farm tools, and they were to a degree, but at the same time, they were also sleeping with them. So you don't sleep with your farm tools. So I thought that was interesting that Thomas Jefferson used them as farm tools, but then also wanted to sleep with them, which I thought was sort of shocking because, like, clearly then he didn't see them as people, right? Because I don't think Thomas Jefferson was sleeping with animals or other inanimate objects, so he clearly did see them as human beings, but he still saw them as beneath him, which is like, it changes the dynamic a little bit, in my opinion. I think that's a little bit stranger, because at least if you saw them as not human, you're like, okay, that's really fucked up to say that, but that's how a lot of places were in the world. The enemy was a non-human, essentially, and that's why it was so easy to conquer them, for lack of a better word. That's how the history books at least portray it. But according to the things that I've read or seen, like, a lot of these slave owners slept with them, it just complicates it way more. Like, way more. It's very strange. Across the obelisk? Across the Obelisk. That sounds like a really neat game. What kind of genre is that? Is that like an RPG or something? We'll try to do a little bit further. Farther, not further. I keep going to mount up. Same, buddy, same. I am someone that's like actually fascinated by history, but super ignorant in it. And I stink at what's the word? Retention. Couldn't even remember the word retention. It's how much I stink at retention. So I learn this stuff and I try to remember it, and I'm probably incorrect in all my facts. That's why like people like, you're an idiot. It's like, you're probably right. But I am interested. I think it's fascinating because it seems it's almost too unbelievable to actually be real. To think that like America, the same America with iPhones and everything else, not that long ago, had like a whole other way of living. It's crazy because America seems so like free and, for lack of a better word, liberalized, right? Where we accept everybody and we're trying to be very inclusive, and it's crazy that it's the same country, and it was only like maybe like 170 years ago, maybe. I don't know, maybe a little bit more than that, but it wasn't that long ago. It's not like it was like 5,000 years ago. It was only like a couple hundred years ago, maybe. Like, not even, was it even like 200 years at this point? Was it 200 years? I don't know. So that was a very fast transition, very rapid transition, in a very short period of time. I'm sure you heard Napoleon was short. He is not. English lie. Okay. You ready for this? I wrote a story where the character says people say Napoleon was short, but that's a lie. He was actually this. He was like 5'8" or 5'7" or something, which at the time was actually fairly tall for French people. So he actually wasn't short. It was something like that I wrote in the story. I Googled it because it turns out it was an incorrect fact. And that's the only reason why I know that, because when I was writing the story, the character made a line like that, and the line was like, people, for whatever reason, think Napoleon's short, but they're wrong. This is how tall he was. He was actually above average. So is that true? Was he actually above average? Because that's what like the thing said when I Googled it. I don't know. Why did they say he was short? Well, where did that even come from? Like, what's that all about? Were they just trying to insult him because he was so powerful? Because they were like afraid of him? I feel like when there are world leaders that you're afraid of, whether it's like Hitler or Putin or Stalin or Napoleon or whoever it is, whatever the world leader is, you try to find ways to like diminish their ability by like being like, you know, saying things like, oh, he's short, or he's whatever the insult is at the time, you know, whatever it is, he's weak, or he lost a battle, or whatever it is, you know, you try to inspire the people, like, yeah, that guy we're scared of, there's nothing to be scared of, he's a weakling, let's crush him. I feel like that helps going into war compared to being like, yeah, this guy is a very formidable foe, we're probably gonna get crushed, but we're gonna try our best. Like, that, I feel like that doesn't work. Okay, Dennis, am I wrong here? Please tell me if I'm incorrect. So the Comanche book that I read, Empire of the Summer Moon, it said that Comanches were savages, and people get offended when you use the word savage with Native American, except specifically the Comanches. They prided themselves in torture and pain. They wanted to inflict as much pain and torture in the enemy as possible, and that's what they mean by the word savagery. They mean that it's not just about killing or conquering. It's about keeping you alive and suffering as much as possible. That's messed up. And some of the stories, the torture techniques they did was insane. It was insane, the things that were in this book. To the point where when the Americans, or the Spanish, I lied, I think it was the Spanish originally, the original, when they found some of the remains of the victims of the Comanches, it was like another Native American tribe that the Comanches killed. They didn't know it at the time. They just found bones and body parts, and they were like, what animal could have possibly done this to these people? Like, what's in store for us that we have to be mindful of? Because what animal massacred these people? And they realized it wasn't an animal, it was the Comanches. It was crazy. It was such a crazy story. And one last thing, and I'll stop talking about it. Supposedly, what killed more Native Americans and Spanish and Americans in early America was diphtheria, supposedly. That killed so many people, where you would like drink water that had like feces in it, and within 2 hours, you're dead. That's how fast it killed you. Within 2 hours, you start vomiting, fever, and you shit out your organs, and you're dead. They said people would die the same day they would get sick. It's crazy. They said it killed almost everybody. It wiped out so many Native Americans, killed a lot of Spanish, and killed a lot of Americans because they didn't realize that you shouldn't poop in the same water you're drinking or something. I don't know. It was very strange. But yeah, they were bathing in the same water they were peeing and pooping in, and lots of people got diphtheria, and it killed a very large portion of people in North America early on, supposedly. Again, I'm reading books. I'm only saying what the book is saying. I'm a dumb person. But I thought it was a really neat book. I thought the Comanches was really cool. In spite of the fact that they were, like, pretty brutal with the way they killed people. It was pretty brutal. It was hard to listen to. But it is cool, and you do reign supreme for a very long time, being that brutal. People, like, you become a legend at that point. People are fearful of you. And that's sort of what happened for a long time. Comanches were legendary amongst the other native tribes, and even amongst, like, some of the people that came here. They've heard tales of like what they're capable of, and they became feared before they were even seen. Yeah, I'm just talking out of my ass, I know. But I think it's really neat. I always thought Native Americans were so cool because it's a different way of life, and I love how they see things as interconnected. Like how we're one with the earth, and how the earth comes full circle, and how the earth should be respected, and yeah, I don't know. There's something beautiful about that. There's something beautiful in being like connected to your environment around you, being one with nature, being respectful of it, taking from it, but taking from it in a way that is respectful to it and honoring it. I don't know. Maybe I'm sappy, but there's something really beautiful about that. And what I love is even today, in 2024, many Native Americans have iPhones, and they're living in homes with electricity. They're not living like how they lived back then, but they still honor the culture. And I think that's so beautiful, because I think that's something that's lost in a lot of other cultures. A lot of other younger generations just don't care. They don't care about their culture, and it sort of makes me sad a little bit, because culture should be at least remembered, if not celebrated. At the very least, remembered. Doesn't always have to be celebrated. Not every culture should be celebrated, but at the very least it should be remembered, so you don't repeat it again, and you can learn from it. I can't believe we're already level 8. We're moving and shaking, ladies and gentlemen. Cognitive dissonance to pretend those things didn't happen later in the game. What's he talking about? Who bought it? Oh. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. I was just joking. I heard it. Oh, there's 2 of them. We're not doing that. Can we? Can we do both? Let's see if we can survive. Can we survive this? Oh, we can. Wait a minute. Being a mage. Can't. Nope, he's undead. Can't polymorph. I'm dumb. What a waste of cast time. We'll survive. We'll survive. We got this. That'll kill him. He's gonna run away. He's dead. We hit him with that. We'll hit him with a few of these, and he should die. Ooh, what does that do? Spirit reduced. Thankfully, it's not too bad. Oh, Mr. Torin, if you're still there, I was talking to Kel'Thuzar the other day, and he said that he still technically has a redeem for a game with you. I can't believe you remembered that. I completely forgot all about that. I think he was joking, but it just made me laugh. He is the most dangerous person I know because he never forgets anything. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. It's the funniest thing to me. His memory is crazy. Like, the most mundane shit, too. Nope. See, this guy needs water. That's a good point. Why do undead need to eat and drink? That's a very good point. That's a very good point. I'm not PC, I'll say it all. Not every culture deserves to survive. Well, you're certainly, like, I agree with that. There's certainly a lot of shitty cultures, but I just think we should remember it at least, that's all. There's certainly a lot of cultures that shouldn't survive. There's certainly a lot of cultures were unbelievably destructive and ruthless and evil and... I mean... Again, very limited knowledge. Is this true? Can you guys confirm or deny if this is true or not? I'm not sure. Dennis, you seem like a smart guy. Supposedly, the Mongols, how do you say his name? I think they pronounce it actually Genghis Khan. We say Genghis Khan, but I think they actually pronounce it Genghis Khan is how you're supposed to say it. I don't know if that's true or not. That's what I heard supposedly someone say once. But supposedly he was so... His reign of destruction was so prevalent that if you do DNA tests on the majority of people, even today, there's some of his DNA supposedly in the most people because he covered so much land so early on, I guess, in the world. I don't know if that's true, but supposedly that's how destructive his reign of chaos was. Reign of chaos, like World of Warcraft. I don't know if that's true or not, but if that's true, that's crazy. Like, especially back then, to be that powerful is unbelievable. True. PETA just wants to collect a paycheck. PETA stinks. The only time PETA is good is when it's with hummus or when she's calling her husband, right? PETA. Oh, PETA. Stupid joke. Okay. It was really fun watching Shogun because it covered a little bit of history and it was fascinating to see, like... I think we talked about this last time. When the Spanish came to Japan, they were there before the English got there, and the Spanish were trying to take over, I think, the Japanese. That's what Shogun showed, at least. And when the English got there, the English sort of had the same idea, honestly, but they already didn't like the Spanish. So the Spanish had to translate English to the Japanese and reiterate it in Japanese. So because the Englishmen couldn't speak to the Japanese, but the Spanish knew how to speak Japanese and English. So they would say, okay, we'll be your interpreter. But they were lying about what the Englishman was saying because they wanted the Japanese to be on their side against the English. That's a crazy, like, imagine being in that position. If that's true, I don't know if that was true. That's what happened in the show. I don't know if that's true. But if that's true, imagine being in that position and being that Englishman where you know the enemy is the only one that can interpret for you, and you're stuck in a place that you didn't even know existed. You crash landed there by accident. And now you're stuck there, and the only people that speak your language are your enemy, and the people that are in control don't even know what you're saying, and you have to hope that your enemy is being honest with the people that you don't even know. Like, oh my god, how stressful is that? It's less than 1% of men today that still has his DNA. That's still a lot. It's true? That's actually true? That's insane! I didn't know if that was actually... That is crazy! He actually did that? Oh my god! Dude, that's nuts! This game is taking my attention. I owe Kelf playing WoW with him. Jeez, I'd love to see that. That's nuts, dude. That's insane. So that's my next book. I gotta get a book on Genghis Khan then, because or however you say his name, because that is so crazy. When you hear stuff like that, that's insane. I gotta know how he did that. Wow. That doesn't seem like a real person. You can't imagine someone being that successful that long ago, conquering the world like that. This is not a joke. I'm always freezing, okay? I'm always cold all the time, including right now. The missus likes it cold. When we sleep at night, she opens the window, even in the winter, and it is frigid in here. It's not even that cold. She's everybody else in my life, my brother, my mother, my parents, her friend, everything's not that cold. It's just you. I'm dying. I'm dying under the covers. I'm in a duvet under the covers, like in a nice big warm bed. On farthest away from the window. She's next to the window. I'm far away from it. I'm still dying. And all I can think about every time I do this is like, my God, I wouldn't last a minute 100 years ago. Because like when these guys were taking over the world, they're sleeping outside. They're camping outside. There's no duvet. There's no bed. There's no central air. I would have died in like 5 minutes. I would have died the second they didn't have lactose-free milk. That would have been it. I'm so not meant to survive. It's crazy. Only because I was born in the 20th century am I meant to survive. If we are talking TV shows as history, I'm just going to cut my electricity. That's so funny. Well, I'm not saying it's actually history. I'm just saying that's what happened in the show. But I'm curious, like, is that way off? Is that not what happened? Like, did the Spanish not find Japan first and try to conquer it?
And the fluid you gathered from the wrought-hide slaves will be studied by our apothecaries. It may have secrets we can use against them. As I said, well done. But our struggle continues, and the conflict will surely offer you more chances to prove your worth to the Forsaken.
I thought it was,
I need a fresh report from our Death Guard way station to the east. I must know if more Scourge forces have slipped past the bulwark and into Tirisfal. Our vigilance on the border to the Plague Lands must be maintained. We can't let the Scourge get a stronger foothold here. Travel south along the road, then east at the fork to the way station. Speak with Death Guard Linnea. She has the information I need. Bethor Ishard, a high-ranking and powerful mage in the Undercity to the south, commands me to send him an agent with proven worth against the Scourge. You, adventurer, will be that agent. Present these orders to Bethor. He will then instruct.
So I gotta go back to
on your
Undercity.
mission. I don't know its details, but
As per your instructions, I send you to agent as requested. Is the bearer of this note. This person is shown dependable and able to follow orders, proven to get blah blah blah. Okay, got it.
You must not fail.
Let's sell some stuff.
You may find Bethor in the magic quarter of the Undercity.
When the Chinese invented gunpowder, like, you gotta wonder, like, that is, like, holy Christ, to be that person that figured that out. I wonder what their thought was. Like, did you think they realized, oh, this will change the world forever, or like, who knows, right? You gotta wonder how many inventions like that, because like some things, lots of inventions are very important, right? The polio vaccine is probably one of the most important things you've ever done, but like, it's as important as the polio vaccine was, I still don't think it had the influence that like gunpowder has. Because look, polio vaccine is huge. A lot of us didn't die from polio, but in the end of the day, if polio vaccine didn't exist, some people would die of polio, some people would survive. It would just be like, it would cull the herd. And that wouldn't be a good thing. It'd be a very horrible thing. But still, there would be people that would gain immunity. Maybe it would wipe out the whole human race. Who knows? But maybe not. I imagine people would develop immunity. It'd be a lot less people. But I feel like eventually we survive. But like the influence gunpowder's had on like the whole world is insane. The amount of wars and weapons and just the way it's changed culture is like, yeah, I feel like gunpowder is like the wheel. Like it, or like the Silk Road. Like it's just, it's crazy. Like the influence it had, and I wonder, and I think it was a mistake when it was first discovered in ancient China. I think someone was trying to develop something else, and they made gunpowder by an accident, and they realized whatever this like magic is like, we could use it to our advantage. And I wonder if that person though that said, let's keep doing this, even though this was a mistake, this is beneficial, let's keep making whatever this is. I wonder if they realized how obviously they're not thinking in 2024. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not thinking they're thinking about 2024, but are they thinking in their lifetime? Until I die, this is going to change everything now moving forward. I wonder if they had that thought. If, like, before this existed, things were different, and now, once this gets out there, it's never going to be the same again. I wonder if anyone had that thought at the time of his creation, or other creations. Maybe Jonah Salk, because I who discovered polio, maybe he had that same thought when he discovered the polio vaccine. As soon as I release this to the public, things are never going to be the same again. That's an interesting thought. I would almost put money on it that what's his name? Sam Altman of ChatGPT, he definitely had that thought. He seems to be that kind of person where he knew what releasing that demon into the world would do. And supposedly he got fired over his hesitancy to do so. Supposedly, originally when he got fired from ChatGPT, it's because he was telling them, you gotta tone it down. You can't just release it as is. It's too... We don't know enough yet. So I don't want to release these newer models yet until we can learn more. They're like, oh, that's nonsense. Just release it. And supposedly they fired him because of that. And then they rehired him, supposedly. But supposedly he was afraid of releasing it too soon because he's like, this thing is going to learn while we're still trying to learn what it's doing. And it's learning faster than we can learn what it does. And that's not a position you want to be in. You want to know everything about it before it starts learning more than we know what it's doing. That's sort of scary. That's sort of Skynet-y, right? Or am I crazy? Uninstalling is the best 60 class. What's the best 60 class? Excuse me. What is the best 60 class? I wonder. Probably like... Did you know that before polio vaccines, you could not survive going to the North or South Pole? You're so funny, dude. You're so funny. Okay, what else did you say? If we're... Oh, I'm going to cut my electricity. Okay, that's the old one. Okay, yeah. You're so funny, dude. You can't go to the North Pole without the polio vaccine.
That better be good.
I wonder what the first vaccine was.
Agent sent by Magistrate Severin. Then yes, your business with me is crucial. I trust Severin has mustered someone suitable for my task, but we shall see. There is a lich who
Dwells on the island in Lightwater. Although he is free-willed forsaken, he believes all other undead are scourged slaves and his minions to attack anyone who approaches him. Because he is forsaken, the queen will want him, and if he is skilled in necromancy, then his knowledge would be quite useful to us.
To discover his identity and his talents, I must see his spell.
Paternus. I gotta steal a spell book. Yes, sir.
And acquire it, then return to me.
I feel like probably one of the most powerful classes in classic WoW. I feel like shamans are pretty powerful. Warriors crush it. I feel like Wind Fury shamans. Although in Burning Crusade, Wind Fury shamans, I feel like are number one. They're insane. Wind Fury shamans were insane. There was a point, there was a dude named Beavis. I may have mentioned this before. And he was like, it's like those old WoW PvP videos. If you guys used to watch those old WoW PvP videos, I think this was a Burning Crusade one. And the dude's name was Beavis. And he was a freaking savage. He would post these videos of him using a two-hander, I think. I think it was also in vanilla. I could be wrong. I thought he had Ragnaros's mace, too. But the BC videos I remember of him PvPing with that red shaman armor, like, it looked like the tier 6 set from Black Temple. But it was the PvP version. So the Black Temple version of tier 6 was blue. The PvP version was red. And I remember him in the red armor doing, like world PvP as well as like Warsong Gulch and stuff like that. And he had that purple mace that you get from PvP, I think. And he had the Wind Fury weapon on, and it was like nothing you've ever seen before. I remember watching this video and being like, I gotta play a shaman. I want to melt people like that. I don't even care about the shaman class or the lore. I just want to see people melt in front of me, because that's insane the way he's hitting people. And I mean, I encourage you guys to check it out, like, or any of those old PvP videos. But Beavis, Bevis, I think his name was. And it was like Beavis 3, Beavis 4. He would come out with like different PvP videos. But the Wind Fury weapon, holy moly, man, it was crazy. That's funny about the polio vaccine. Okay, one more thing, and then I'm gonna stop with the verbal diarrhea. That's a lie. I'm not gonna stop with the verbal diarrhea. But Soda Poppin was talking about how you have to play feral druids in order to play feral, and it's beyond insane. Supposedly feral druids. Do I have Atlas Loot here? I have voiceover. I don't think I have Atlas Loot. Darn. Okay, I can't show you guys, but there's a feral druids need to have a mace, because how I think it works, how I think feral works for classic is the weapon damage doesn't give you damage. I think it's just the stats. So feral druid weapons don't exist. There's only one real weapon in the game until you reach like end game that you use to play feral with. And this weapon drops from Gnomeregan, and it has an ability with 3 charges. And the charge increases like your auto attack damage or something like that. It's something to do with like your attack damage, and it works for feral druids. So you have a weapon that has 3 charges. After 3 charges, the weapon like disappears, or you can't use the charges anymore. So you have to farm it again. So what Soda Poppin essentially said is, if you want to play feral optimally, you have to keep running the stupid dungeon to keep farming the stupid weapon, so you have a bag filled with the same damn weapon. So after you use 3 charges, you throw it out, you use a new one. You use 3 charges, you throw it out, you use a new one. That's insane. That is insane. And that's supposedly what you have to do if you're playing feral. You don't have to, but if you want to be like optimized for raiding, that's what you have to do. You farm a level 30-something weapon, so at level 60, you can use a level 30-something weapon, because it scales better than anything you'd find at 60 until close to, like, Naxxramas. It's crazy, dude. In Naxxramas, they started releasing weapons with special abilities that said, like, has 15 agility, has, like, 15 strength, and if you're in cat or bear form, increases damage by, like, 60%. It has to specify that. And that's like that's the first time they recognized, oh, we've screwed feral druids and bear druids tremendously. We need to give them a separate stat so they can actually scale off the weapons, because they are not scaling off weapons right now. So that's nuts. It took the last raid in the entire game to start recognizing that druids are screwed. So that's going to be a bit of a pain in the butt when I play a druid in Classic, but it's okay. Yeah, so that's all. I was shocked to hear that. I didn't know that was a thing, but yeah, it's sort of strange. But it's very classic. It is very classic to do something like that, to have like a weapon they have to keep farming, because they didn't think about it. They didn't think, I guess, I don't know, at the time. Now everything just scales, but Classic WoW's weird. It's very strange like that. I learned a lot from watching Soda, because he's such a like a degen for Classic, and I mean that in the best way possible. But like a lot of things about like weapon swings, he's like, if you dual wielding's not very good. He was saying yesterday, because like even if you look at the weapon, if you're dual wielding and the weapon on the right hand side in your main hand says it does 17 damage to 32 damage, and the weapon in the left hand side does 15 damage to 30 damage. He's like, your weapon doesn't do the numbers on both of them. It like combines them or something. It does like a weird amount. So the only way to use two-handed weapons and have it better than a single hand or than a two-handed weapon is if like this number is so much higher than a two-handed. But like 90% of the time, two-handed is always better than dual wielding until you reach like really high level 60. Once you're like in the raids in 60, then maybe like dual wielding is a little bit better for a warrior. But before that, even though the numbers appear higher, because of the way Blizzard does their scaling and stuff, even though the number appears bigger, on paper, if you were to track it in a damage meter, two-handed weapons would come ahead of one-handed weapons because of the way they work. It's like so confusing. It's so confusing. That's Classic in a nutshell, though. Either you have to know this stuff or you're just gonna fall behind. It's It's a blessing and a curse, I guess. Two-handed was better for a long time. I love how you know that. I didn't know that. Like, I'm such a retail Andy that, like, I didn't know a lot of this stuff. So was that even the case? Wait, but Tor, did you play Classic? I didn't know that. Were you... Did you play Vanilla? So you're saying that WoW is actually a bad game. Dennis, I love you so much. It's not a perfect game, but I am addicted. I am addicted to this game, and I'm never not going to play it. I'm so addicted to this game. It's so much fun. I'm so addicted to it. You're shocked. Oh no, I know. Are you guys not addicted to games like I'm addicted to this game? I've been playing this game like my whole life. I don't think I'm ever gonna stop. Although, to be fair though, I have been thinking about Diablo and Baldur's Gate a lot. A lot. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like fun. We're actually gonna... Oh, you're dead, aren't you? No, you're humanoid. I should be able to... Yeah, I'm gonna die here. Unless I can quickly polymorph you. I'm gonna die. No, that's it. Yeah. That's why we don't play... That's why we don't play hardcore. Okay. I could have played smarter and ran away. I went to see if we got it off. It's okay. But, WoW is your toxic ex. Keep coming back. Actually, though. It actually is. It actually is. I get so frustrated with it, and then I still keep coming back to it. But it's because, honestly, truth be told, full transparency, if I didn't have friends in this game, I don't know if I'd play it as much, honestly. And I don't know, I don't even always play with them. It's not even always playing with them. It's just talking to them about it. It's something we have in common that we can chat about, that we can joke about, that we can send memes about. I think that's what it is. Like, you know, Kelth is one of my best friends, and he plays this game so die-hard, and we talk about it a lot, and it's like something we share in common and something that we do together. He asked me, like, there's a secret mount that came out that they're still trying to figure out how to unlock, but there's like steps to get it. There's many steps to unlock the secret mount, and every day they're figuring it out, another step. There's like a secret finding Discord where a bunch of these like psychos that spend all day clicking like random objects in the world are trying to solve these mysteries that like Blizzard has hidden in the game. And he asked me, he reached out to me, he's like, I saw this new mount is in the game. It's a secret mount. Like, will you do this? Will you wait to do this with me? When I come back, I'd love to do this with you. So we'll be in Discord, shooting the shit, having fun, playing like old times. And I think that is what keeps me attached to this game, honestly. I think if every single one of my friends quit and there was no more of those moments when I would log on, I wouldn't see any of my friends or names that I recognize, I don't know if the pull would be as intense. You want to talk game addiction, noob? You did play vanilla a bit. Yes, let's talk game addiction. I'd love to talk game addiction. I'm a noob. I would hate to tell you how many hours I have in World of Warcraft. It's embarrassing how many hours I have in World of Warcraft. Although, to be fair, I'm chronically online because I'll log in to like check my mail, and then I'll forget that I logged in, and then I'll walk away, and my character will just be sitting in this until it like logs me out. And that happens like 90% of the time, so a good portion of it is AFK time, and I wish they told you, this is how much time you like were actively moving, this is how much time your character was like monitored as AFK. I'd be curious to know what the division is, because it just counts at all this playtime, but it's okay. Don't say the number, but I'll PM you on Discord what I have spent on Star Citizen. I won't say the number, I gotta look though. So curious now. Oh my god, if nothing else, it'll make me feel better about myself. Oh, that's how much you spent. That's how much money you've spent. Okay. I thought that was say the number, but I'll PM you on Discord. That's what you spent. I thought that was the time you invested. I see. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. It's not a competition. But some of the horror stories that I've heard about what other people have spent on games, your number pales in comparison to what they've spent. I'm not saying it's not a lot of money. That's a very significant amount of money you've spent. But supposedly, People have spent upwards of hundreds of thousands, if not $500,000 on some of these crazy games, which I can never fathom. You could buy a house. You could buy a house with the money you've spent on video games. It's crazy. Not you, but like $500,000. Supposedly, Lucari, one of the a very famous streamers, has supposedly spent like upwards of $250,000 on gacha games. That's insane. That's crazy. I can't imagine. I don't even know what you could spend all that money on. That's crazy. It's nuts. Supposedly, like a lot of these gacha players, whales. I guess they're whales. You know, I think it's very popular in is it China? Is it China? Is that where Genshin Impact is from? I think where people like the whales spend hundreds of thousands a year on these games. It's insane. Okay, that's not that bad. That's a really long time, man. I didn't know Star Citizen was that old. I didn't. But when you break it down, like since 2004, that's 20 years, right? Or no, sorry, 2014. Sorry. I thought it was 2004. That's still though. You're just a baby whale. You're a baby whale. You are a whale. Don't get me wrong. I'm not making you feel guilty, but that is a pretty big number, buddy. Okay? But in the grand scheme of things, it's like maybe you're not going on vacation very often, right? Maybe you're not spending $600 a weekend at the bar every weekend. Maybe you're not spending $400 every other weekend at a fancy restaurant. So it all sort of comes out in the wash. If this is your entertainment, that's if that's your entertainment from 2014 till now, I feel like you're doing okay. I feel like that's not that unreasonable. It doesn't mean it's not a big number, but I feel like it would have just it would have been spent on other forms of entertainment that maybe doesn't interest you. But like another one is like what is it, like Farmville or some man, people have like they've like mortgaged their house to pay for those games. I've heard horror stories of like people losing their family because they get addicted to these games, and it's like Jesus. That's just depressing, man. Holy moly. I've never known anyone personally, but like I've heard stories on like 60, I think it was like 60 Minutes or something. A husband broke up with the woman and took the children because she was so addicted to this game that she was stealing money. She was stealing money from the husband. She wasn't taking care of the children because she was spending all of her time on the game, and they were interviewing her being like, how has this game ruined your life? And it's just sad. That's just sad to hear something like that. Like, Jesus. I think it was like Farmville or oh no, it wasn't Farmville. It was I don't remember the name of it. There's another really big game like that was sort of like gambling, I thought, and people really liked it, and they spent a lot of money on it on Facebook, and I don't know if it's still around anymore, but it was something like that. You never go on vacation, you never drink, you never smoke, right? So like, honestly, that's it. It's the same thing, honestly. Like, you know, WoW is my entertainment, and like, that's sort of it, honestly. I don't, I did the math of what I spend to like make edibles and stuff every month because I have a prescription, and it's still way cheaper than any other medication. I used to buy like other medication before I transitioned and started using like edibles to treat my IBS, and before I did, I actually ended up saving money because the pills that I used to take, which gave me horrible side effects, were about $200, about $250 every month for the pills. And since I've been able to transition to make it, like using cannabis and edibles to treat my IBS, it's saved me about 60% of the money that I used to spend, maybe even more, because sometimes I don't even need to take it every day, sort of like on a as needed basis. But when I first made the transition, I didn't do the mental math. I was just parting with the money straight up. Because it wasn't covered by insurance, and it felt like I was out more. But when I did the mental math over the year, it ended up actually saving me money. But at the time, you don't think of it like that. I don't know. So it's sort of the same thing with Star Citizen. You're like, wow, that's a big number. That's sort of sketchy. But it's like, yeah, but you're not doing the mental math. Like, take into account, let's say you only had a pack a day habit. Let's say you smoked a pack a day. Let's do the math of how much that would cost. If cigarette, I don't know how much they are where you live. Around here, I think it's like $15 a pack. A pack a day at $15 a pack is insane. That adds up to your number plus more really, really fast. Crazy fast. That's a lot of people, right? So, I don't know. It's all about perspective. God, I can't drink for a second. There's just enemies everywhere. Holy mogoly. This guy's gonna kill me if he doesn't... Oh, that's not fair, dude! That's not fair, dude! Come on, you son of a bitch. I need a miracle. I need to be out of combat for 5 frickin' seconds so I can get some mana. Which we've gotten. I haven't casted. Not out of combat for 5 seconds. I need to not fight for 5 seconds so I could get mana back. And we did. And we survived, because that's how we do it. Wow. That was sketch. I didn't know you played... What did you play in, Add quote, Nolly, before I transition. You're so funny, dude. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I used to take these pills, they helped my IBS very well. They worked super, super well. But then when I went to see my gastroenterologist, which is like a doctor for like intestine and stomach, he said, you should not be taking these pills as often as you're taking them. They're meant for like emergencies, not to be taken every day. And I'm like, well, my doctor gave them to me, and I've been taking them most of my life. He's like, yeah, we got to transition you to something a little bit safer. And that's when I made the transition. But it was very strange. Such a strange situation for him to tell me, like, you should not be taking these every day. And I'm like, what? My doctor told me. Who else do I trust? He's the guy I'm supposed to trust. And he's still my doctor. So I don't know. We just never talked about it. It's sort of strange. And I don't know. We need one more Murloc. Yeah, we'll hit him with one more. Yeah! Oh, come on, you son of an onion. Hit him with 3. I wanted to see if I get the last one, and we did. We didn't get what we needed. We need one more. I'm gonna have to keep going back. See, I haven't gotten a bag yet, which is really unlucky, but a bag's gonna drop off this guy, so I'm not gonna have to worry about bags. Because this guy's going to drop a bag, and then we'll have more bag space, and we don't have to backtrack to sell stuff, because this guy's going to give us a bag that we need. Right? And then we're not going to have to backtrack. So, Torn, are you doing anything tonight for Thanksgiving? I don't know if I asked you that already. I know you said you were playing games with Lawson, I believe, but, like, do you have, like, dinner plans tonight or anything, or...? Okay, we're going to drink really quick. We didn't get our last, we still need one more, right? Yeah, one more scale. Okay, I'm very weak. Gotta pee again. I'm sorry. Small bladder. I apologize. While we drink, I'll be right back. Hopefully we'll come back. Sorry, friends. We're back. Just eating and playing games. That sounds wonderful. That's like the ideal time, in my opinion. Did you cook? I imagine you cooked, right? Because you're a bit of a chef. I see some of the stuff that you produce, and it's incredible. I don't know why, but I feel like if anyone is going to cook at your where you live, Thanksgiving meal, I feel like you're the person to do it. You and Kelth both, honestly. You guys send me shit, and it's like, this is way too high level for my palate. You guys are, like, cooking, like, actual impressive stuff. Yeah, man, it's cool to watch you guys, it's a side of you guys that I didn't know existed, I guess. The culinary side, I mean. Oh, we can kill Magadai. We'll kill Magadai, because I have 2 slots, and he'll probably drop a bag if I'm lucky, and then we'll come back and have to kill these guys. I know we're right here, but it's all over, so it's not like I have to come back here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back here, though, because this is too much. We're gonna have to kill these guys here at this farm. But there's gonna be lots of enemies, number 1. Number 2, there's gonna be lots of loot, and probably lots of cloth. So we're gonna clear out our bags, we're gonna try to find some bags, and then we're gonna come back. You don't have to answer this, Dennis, if you don't want. But based on the number you showed me, how do I want to word this without giving too much away? How do purchases in the game work? Is it like death by 1,000 cuts? Or is it like sometimes there's big purchases, sometimes there's small purchases? Like, what do you mean by death by 1,000 cuts? I'm like, is it like $5 here, $5 here, $5 here, $5 here, $10 here, $5 here, $6 here? Like, is it like that? Or is it like 5, 10, 5, 200, 5? You know what I mean? Not to insult anyone, but cooking is easy, but baking is mad science and magic combined. Insult anyone? I took that as the highest compliment. Okay, can I share something with you really quick? I can't cook to save my life, but I'm a decent baker. And I'm only saying that because I bake out of necessity for myself when I cook with like my cannabis and stuff. But when I would give people cookies, not just like cannabis infused cookies, like regular cookies, I would generally do like a normal batch first to make sure I got the recipe down. I realized, oh shit, this is chemistry. This is like easy as fuck. You just gotta learn the chemistry and then like you perfect baking. So I started learning about like the chemistry of like browning butter and solids and fats, and when you things that are fat soluble, and when you put things in the fridge, it like solidifies the fats so everything emulsifies better. It's like, oh, this is so simple. And now like I'm crushing it with like baked goods and cookies, and I'm giving stuff to people and like, wow, these are like way better than I can make. And I realized, oh, it's like all you got to do is learn the science, and you're just like it's like a cheat. It's like you got the Game Shark. Remember Game Shark? You'd put Game Shark in, and it would do all the heavy lifting for you. That's what chemistry is to baking. You make people think like you're this like wizard, and the truth is, it's just chemistry. You're not doing anything. You're following like, the instructions, sort of. It's the craziest thing, dude. I cooked, lost, and got frozen sides from work. Very nice. That's sick. Nothing wrong with frozen. Saves you a little bit of hassle. Thanksgiving, I feel like Thanksgiving and Christmas are the 2 most stressful meals because, like, not only are you cooking a lot, but you're cooking things that's, like, a lot of work and takes a long time. Like, turkey, I feel like, is, like, an all-day thing if you have to cook it. It's, like, a big bird. It takes a while. Stuffing it's a pain in the ass. Pulling out the feathers is a pain. Like, there's so much that has to be done to prep it. At least that's what, like, my mom would do during, like, Jewish holidays and stuff. There's a lot of prep. She would have to, like, defeather the turkey. Not defeather it, but it didn't actually have feathers, but it had, like, these, like, follicles that she would have to, like, go through with a knife and pull them all out. And I don't know if that's, like, a kosher thing, or if that's, like, all turkeys still have that. I'm not sure. It was a honey-baked ham. Food, really good. Ham, and I just had to throw sides in the oven. Wow, that's amazing. So you had ham today instead of turkey. Is it like 50-50? Because I know for Christmas a lot of people choose to do ham over turkey, but is Thanksgiving also like a 50-50? Some people do ham, some people do turkey? Yeah, dude, baking though is like super easy. I find cooking hard. It's funny that you say that. What'd you say? You said cooking is easy, but baking is mad science. I think it's the other. I think it's the other way around. I stink at cooking, dude. I'm so bad at cooking, but I can bake. That's so funny. So anyone that wants to bake, if you want, like, and it's funny because, like, the internet, it seems like, is just learning about this for whatever reason, and I say that because I'm noticing that when the fiance watches TikToks, people are freaking out about brown butter. But brown butter is, like, a staple in, like, a lot of baked goods. If you brown butter, it tastes better. It's always tasted better. And I recently experimented with a new recipe that I sort of, like, made myself. I didn't make it entirely myself. I took a bunch of cookie recipes I've made, and I took the things that I liked from them and sort of extrapolated them into my own recipe. I'm like, we'll take some brown butter, we'll take some molasses from this recipe, we'll add some wheat flour from this recipe and mix it with the bread flour from this recipe, and we'll do like 1/3 wheat flour, or like 75% bread flour. So like I sort of made like a Franken cookie, but yeah, it's sick. It's like, okay, it's undead. I can't do anything about that. But yeah, it's neat. But I can't cook to save my life. But the baking's sort of a little bit easier for me, personally. Let's just run the fuck out of here. Or are we fighting? Are we running out of here or are we fighting? It's nice the guy invited me. I'm very impressed, though, with people that can cook. I know you said it's easy, but I can't, so I'm impressed with it. People can make food taste good. Baking with Nolly, new channel coming? Dude, that would be so much fun. Cooking streams? I've watched cooking streams before. It'd be fun as fuck to make cookies on stream. Are you kidding? You know? I love baking. It's so much fun. Traditional people do turkey. People that don't want to deal with it and having dried turkey make ham. That's so funny. Yeah, no, I totally agree, man. I totally agree. I'm not a big fan of turkey. I don't like turkey. I never really ate turkey. We're just gonna run away now to hand in these quests and clear out our bags, because our bags are full, full, full. And we're gonna pull all kinds of nasties as we run through this place, but we'll try our best. Do you guys know about that I'm just a chill guy meme? It's the funniest meme to me. My brother told me about this recently. It's so funny. It's just, I'm just a chill guy. It looks like Brian Griffin. I don't know what it is. I don't know where it came from. My brother showed it to me one day, and I'm like, this is the funniest thing. I'm just a chill guy. He told me, what did he tell me? I think he said it was an artist. An artist drew a character that looked like Brian Griffin and said, like, he's just a chill guy, and there was nothing there. It wasn't anything. And now people just took this picture and they made it a meme for whatever reason. I think the same thing happened with Pepe. I don't know. I think Pepe was just a drawing some guy made as a joke, and then people just ran with it. Now Pepe is like famous. I do like Pepe, I must say. It was so strange. People were like, oh, he's a Nazi. It's like, what are you guys going on about? Pepe, a Nazi? It's like on Twitch. Pepe is like, he's that little like silly frog. It's like surprised when like someone dies in hardcore WoW. What do you go with it? No, I don't know what people were. I don't know where that came from. It was very strange when that whole thing happened. And it only lasted like half a month, and then it like fizzled out. I've always liked memes. Remember like Velociraptor? There's like the Velociraptor and the dog. What was the dog's name? He would say like obvious things or something. Those were like the original memes. The Velociraptor was always my favorite.
The scales are perfect. Exactly what I needed.
Look how he clapped. Hey, one more level.
I uncovered some old text in one of my tomes that indicates that an ancient plague wiped out thousands of innocent victims. Later, it was discovered that the deadly agent in the plague was preserved through the venom of nightweb spiders.
Interesting.
Bring me some venom from a vicious nightweb spider to complete this experiment. I want to see
Bring
if
me
the
some
contagious
venom.
element from the venom will work with my new concoction. Rumor has it the spiders can be found in eastern Tirisfal glades.
Cool. Ooh, you get a nice little belt. Oh, I did that quest. Another quest.
Time is a luxury.
Wow, he's sending us to Silverpine this early on, huh?
Lady Sylvanas. Surely you know this by now. As a member of the Royal Apothecary Society, it is my duty to share my knowledge with my colleagues so that our collective efforts might one day provide the Dark Lady
The
with
new plague.
she so badly desires.
Now, those of you that are WoW heads that really know WoW lore,
Who is stationed at
Sylvanas
Silverpine Forest,
wanted to create a new
follow the
plague.
roads to the south from Brill.
And that's what this gentleman's working on, is a new plague. But my question is that the plague that she uses? Or wait a minute. Okay, WoW people, if you're watching right now, do you remember the Wrathgate? I think it's called Wrathgate. When Sylvanas I tried to attack the Lich King, I think, with the Alliance. And I think it was a setup where I think Putricide dropped the plague on the Alliance and the Horde. But Sylvanas is like, I ain't that stupid, we're getting the fuck out of here. And she left. And the Alliance got mostly hit. And they blamed Sylvanas for doing it, but Sylvanas didn't do it. I think it was Putricide that did it. Is that story somehow related to what the toxin that he's making? Did he make it for Sylvanas to be this deadly plague to wipe out the Lich King? And then, because that's not Putricide, that's Johann. But is he somehow related to Putricide when what he's working on, Putricide then takes that formula and uses it against the Horde? Or is that a different formula? That's the question. Now we're getting in the weeds, aren't we, boys?
I am forsaken. Maggot Eye's dastardly acts have finally been avenged.
I wonder.
Maybe your acts of valor will
I don't know. I don't know if
send
it's
a
related or
message to
not.
Those who wish to bring harm to our people. On behalf of the town of Brill, I thank you, adventurer.
So this one sells for more, a little bit more. Okay, the rewards are definitely a lot more because we're almost halfway to a gold. I'm level 9, and we're almost halfway to a gold. There's no way you can tell me that they have not increased the amount of money you get from rewards. This is way too much silver to have at this level right now, man. It's way too much. I know I'm not crazy. I definitely struggled a lot more than this before.
Goodbye.
Right, we have to pick up that quest. The one quest I couldn't pick up. That is the one for Silverpine, though, isn't it? Yes. We can leave it there. We don't need it right now. We're going to still finish the quests in this zone. So while we're finishing the quests in this zone, we are level 9. Let's quickly see if there's any more abilities that we got at level 8 that I didn't pick up yet really quick. Yeah. So this slumber powder right here, this slumber sand, see what it does? It puts the enemy target to sleep for 20 seconds. Any damage caused will awaken the target. 20 seconds. So this slumber sand is probably one of the most sought after items in hardcore World of Warcraft. And the reason for that is, if you're not familiar, there's something called a Mak'gora. And what a Mak'gora is, from my understanding, is in the Orc culture. Orc culture is all about honor. And if you do something that's dishonorable, sort of like the samurai, I believe they called it a seppuku. Is that how they worded it? Which I believe is like killing yourself to keep your honor. Because if you've done something dishonorable, if you perform seppuku, it's a way to wipe the slate clean and die honorably. So my understanding is a Mak'gora is sort of the similar thing for orcs, where if they do something dishonorable, they can fight to the death and die honorably. So at least their honor is saved. So Mak'gora exists in hardcore WoW. What that means is you duel someone to the death. That means if you lose the duel, you're dead. Okay, so the slumbering sand is used in Mak'goras because when you're fighting another player and you're about to die, you can throw the slumbering sand on them, and the player cannot play for 20 seconds. What that means is they're sleeping for 20 seconds. So you can bandage yourself, you can heal yourself, you can eat in front of them, you can do whatever you want. But you only have 5 charges, and I don't think you can buy any more. So, like, you can have, like, 5 Mak'goras in hardcore, you can cheat and use this, whatever, you know. You can use this, but when it's gone, it's gone. So, it's interesting. It's interesting to see. Are there no abilities? No. Okay. Yeah, so that's also, it's one of the most sought after items, because when you're doing a Makara, fighting to the death, if you're about to die, you can give yourself a second chance. You can put them to sleep and bandage or eat, get full health, and try to beat them before they kill you again. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I watched a fight actually on Hardcore WoW on Twitch where these two gentlemen were duking it out, and they both used the sleep sand. One used it on one guy, and then the other guy used it again. And it's like, oh my god. How stressful. Yeah, but sleep sand, very helpful for Classic, especially... I mean, they use it for, like, enemies, too, if you're gonna die, but I've seen it used more in Makaras. I think if you saw the World of Warcraft movie, I believe, actually, they do a Makara, I think. I think they fight to the death in the movie. I remember seeing the Warcraft movie in theaters. It was so exciting. I saw it with my friend who also played Warcraft. It was, what an exciting time that was. Because if you're, like, a WoW head, that was like your Avengers. You know, the people that were like crazy Marvel fans, they were so excited for the Avengers because everything was building up to that. But yeah, I don't know. Just the Warcraft movie felt like it was the Avengers movie. It felt like it was like we've been waiting for so long to finally see it on the big screen, and now we're finally here. And it was exciting. It was good enough, you know. It wasn't perfect, but it's one of those things. It's the same with the Simpsons movie. There's been so much hype for it that by the time it finally comes out, your excitement and the expectation is set so unbelievably high. No matter what they do, it will never meet your expectation. Just because you're so excited and you can't imagine how amazing it will be. So, like, you're still amazed, but, like, you'll still always find things to pick at it because you have this, like, unfathomable image in your head that will never be able to be compared to what actually exists in the world. It's like you're watching, like, when I watched a Warcraft movie, it's like, well, what do you put in the movie? If you asked me, I'm like, okay, well, we've got to have Medivh, we've got to have Illidan fighting, can we have Gul'dan? Can we have Illidan killing Gul'dan? We got to have that, but you got to have the Lich King. How can you not have the Lich King? But you got to explain how the Lich King becomes the Lich King, so you got to have Arthas, right? You got to have Arthas Menethil when he's still Arthas Menethil before he's the Lich King, so, and he's infecting the Plagued Grains. You can't not have that part, but then how are we going to do Illidan's storyline? Because, like, Malfurion, and so you got to do Illidan, right? But then, like, Tyranda's important too, but, like, we got Sylvanas, but so where do you go? Where do you start? Where do you go, right? Like, there's too much cool stuff to do. Thrall's too important to not put in it, but, like, where does Thrall come into it? So it's just, like, it's just... That's my crazy brain. So someone that's less, you know, ADD than me is like, okay, we have to pick one storyline. That's what we have to commit to. Whether it's a hit or not, we have to commit to the storyline. Otherwise, it's too all over the place. And that's sort of like fans, right? The same thing with the Simpsons. Simpsons movie comes out. It's like, well, you gotta have Dr. Hibbert. He's my favorite character. But someone else is like, but I like Mr. Burns. It's like, well, there's only so much screen time. You gotta sacrifice some characters here, right? So I don't know. That's what I mean. Like, no matter what they do, you'll never be fully happy because it's just so amazing. The source material has so much to offer that the only downside to that is that you just don't get to see it all. That's the only downside, is that there's so much to offer from the source material that no matter what you do, you're still going to miss out on something amazing. I'm going to put this out there, and then I'll shut up. No, I won't, but I'm going to put this out there. I think World of Warcraft would excel in animation more than anything else. Give us, like, a Castlevania-style World of Warcraft story. That'd be sick. And do it in, like, don't even do it like a whole series. Just do it like a mini-series with, like, different... So, like, the first one could be, like, tell us Medivh's story and how Khadgar takes over Medivh's place as, like, the Archmage. And then for Volume 2, you could tell us, like... You could tell us Illidan's story, right? You could tell us Gul'dan, and like it could be like 4 episodes. It could be like Black Mirror, Love, Death, and Robots. You could do like a 4-episode miniseries, and you could do like season 1 is like one story, season 2 that could be like another story, right? Like they've already sort of done it with those like animated things they've done on YouTube when they're trying to like tell the stories in between X packs. Even if it looked like that, I'd be happy with it. Even if it was sort of like that kind of stop motion, like picturesque animation, I'd be happy with it. It still looks cool. Like, I think the genre of Warcraft, animation aids itself very well to the type of genre Warcraft is. And the fight sequences and in the style of Warcraft, I feel like that Castlevania style of animation would really allow the Warcraft story to excel on the big screen or the television. Blizzard needs slapped. Why is there not an animated movie or show? I agree, and it's the same thing with Diablo. Don't even get me started on Diablo. If there's any source material that Blizzard should make into a show, in my opinion, as much as I love WoW, it should be Diablo. Like, Diablo is probably the coolest of the stories, and the most to offer as far as, like, visually stunning characters and storylines, and holy shit. As someone that's never played Diablo, I've watched a good portion of the cinematics because they're incredible looking. They're dark, they're gritty, they're unbelievably detailed, and the story is nuts. I saw the trailer for the latest Diablo game, and it was better than Love, Death, and Robots. It seemed like an episode of Love, Death, and Robots, honestly. It honestly did. It was that fleshed out. Nice. The video that I saw that I'm talking about with Diablo was when the gentleman... When the guy... They were in the temple, and... So when I said I never played Diablo, I played Diablo 2, I think, and I played a little bit of Diablo 3 for like 2 days. I didn't want to play it. My friend was a diehard Diablo fan. I really didn't want to play. Sorry, excuse me. And he literally bought the game for me. I didn't ask for it, but he wanted to play it so badly with someone that he's like, he didn't even ask me, can I buy it for you? He said, I bought you the game. Play with me. And I'm like, I feel bad that you bought me a game that I don't want to play, but I played with him for a few days, and I'm like, I'm just really, like, this is not... I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful. It's just, I'm not getting it. I don't understand it. And you're, like, super advanced. You're, like, way ahead of it, and you're not teaching me anything. So I was just like, it just wasn't for me. But then I saw the fourth one, and how much fun people were having, and it seems a little bit... I seem to understand it a little bit better, what I was looking at. So I'm like, wow, this looks like a blast. It actually looks like fun now. I had a lot going on when I played the third one with my friend. Like, I wasn't in a great place. I was in school too, plus working. There was just not enough time for me to learn something else. My brain was fried all the time. So it just wasn't the right time. But, like, now, as I was watching Diablo 4, I was like, this looks crazy fun. It sort of looks like a shut your brain off kind of game. And I mean that in the best way possible. It looks like a kind of game, sort of like WoW, where once you get really geared and you have a really strong understanding of the game, you can sort of just drop in at any point, have some fun killing monsters, feeling really strong, feeling overpowered, and then you can just log off and just, have a nice night. It's not like there are some other games where I feel like you really have to, like, dedicate time to, like, remembering things or stuff like that. But Diablo seems like the kind of game you could drop in, drop out, and just have fun. And that's something that, like, really appeals to me. Besides the amazing story. If you speedrun BG, what day next week can you finish it? Okay, this is my question. How close am I to finishing BG3? Am I even, like, remotely close? Am I even close to Act 3? Here, this is what we'll do. I think tomorrow, I don't want to promise anything, but I think tomorrow we might be seeing a family member unexpectedly. Mother-in-law. So if that's the case, it's not like a family visit where I have to see her. It's like she has to do something, so she's coming to visit my fiance to do something with her. So if that's the case, then I'm sort of alone tomorrow. And if that's the case, we'll hop on here and we'll do a little bit of Baldur's Gate to push some more. I was debating playing Baldur's Gate today because I am curious where the story's going, but I wanted to play Classic WoW so bad. It sucks. There's not enough time, and the thing is, I could play Baldur's Gate off stream. The game would have been beaten already if I played it off stream, but I've been playing the whole thing on stream, so it feels wrong to log in unless I'm streaming. So, like, that means it takes so much longer to beat it because I don't want to play it if I can't, like, play it with you guys, essentially. Otherwise, it probably would have been beaten already. But what I was thinking about doing, you still have an entire act left. You are almost done with Act 2. Okay, very cool, very cool, very cool. By January, you will finish it. Jesus, dude. Okay, we'll try to do faster than that. So, here's a thought I had. I could do this, but I just don't know. I could play it offline and record myself and post it to YouTube, and then be like, hey, if you missed... Or if you don't know why I'm already at this part of the game, it's because I did some of it offline on YouTube. I could do that. I don't know. We'll see. It just felt wrong because I've been doing everything up to this point on live, but I don't know. It would speed it up if I did that. It would. I have been full transparency. I've been thinking about Diablo every day almost. Every single day, seriously. I want to play it so badly, but like, why haven't you done it then yet? Because I'm OCD and I'm crazy, and this is full transparency, and I don't want to start something new until I finish the other thing because I'm afraid I'm going to get lost in the mix. It's going to be too much, and just for my stupid brain, it sounds so insane. This is like literally OCD. I need to like close it before I can open something else, or like it just makes me not feel well. It sounds so strange. I know it's so weird. I know it's so weird. That's what like my OCD is. It's a very weird thing. Like it just needs to feel. The only way I can describe it is it doesn't feel right. And how OCD works is I can't speak to anyone else's OCD, but my OCD is like I do things until like it feels like right. It has to just feel right. There's no set number of it, and that's what my psychologist said is a problem with me is because like most people have a number, and you can learn to get better with OCD if you have a number. So if I have to tap the table 3 times, they're like, how about you only tap it twice? You still get to tap it, you just tap it one less time, just once a week. You can tap it 3 times every other day of the week. Just one day of the week, you tap it twice. But she said because you don't have a number, it just has to feel right. It's hard to quantify how many times you can do something because there is no time. I just keep doing it until like it feels right. It's so dumb, dude. It's so dumb, dude. I'm oversharing right now. I'm sorry. It's so dumb. No, it's so stupid. I know how stupid it is. Okay, we'll use that again. May as well through our thing. Ugh. A very strange OCD. I don't know. Be fair though, before I knew what it was, the tapping, the obsessiveness. It's a lot of tapping and feeling things until they feel right, checking the stove, checking the oven, tapping things a whole bunch of times. I literally thought, this is not an exaggeration, full transparency, I thought I was going to get institutionalized when I was a kid. Because I always had this thing, this compulsion to have to touch things a certain amount, or do things, or look at things, or check things, and how it started when I was a kid is if I would turn this way, I would need to turn that way to balance it out. I couldn't move in a 360 degrees without going 360 degrees the other way, or doing something. If I touch something with my right hand, I have to touch with my left hand. Everything has to balance, and that's what it was when I was a kid. And I didn't even know how to verbalize that to people as a kid. So I was like seeing all these psychologists as a kid because I was like really weird. And oh my god, you're so funny, dude. Full transparency stream, yeah. OnlyFans is coming up soon. And I just didn't know how to verbalize it, and I was afraid to verbalize it. I was afraid if I told someone, like if I touch something with one hand, I don't know why, but I can't exist until I touch it with the other hand. I'm gonna have a fucking breakdown if I can't balance it out. And it took me forever to finally admit that to someone, because I was afraid men in white suits would kick down the door and pull me out of my house and put me in a padded room. I legitimately thought that as a kid. Forever, dude, forever. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's the guy we need to kill. Oh, he's right here. He's up. Cool. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Whoops. Yeah, dude, that's all. Very strange, I know. OCD's a weird one. I never really understood what the benefit of it is, but who knows. It's weird because I think a lot of people think OCD has to do with cleaning. OCD can do with cleaning, but it's not about cleanliness. It has to do with feeling right. It has nothing to do with how clean it actually appears. It has more to do with you have this compulsion in your mind that it still feels dirty. And it's dirty until it doesn't feel dirty anymore. And you don't know what rhyme or reason. It's not about logic. It's just something in your mind just happens, and you get a flood of dopamine, and you're like, okay, I can breathe now. It's so freaking weird. It's so freaking weird. It's very kind of him to do. To invite me to help me. I don't know why I got on top of OCD, but whatever. Very strange. Yeah, I was embarrassed about it for a while. To be honest with you, that's why I talk about all this stuff, because growing up, it was tough, and I never knew this stuff existed. So I always said, like, now that I know it exists, if I talk about it, at least maybe someone that doesn't know it exists will realize I'm not crazy. It's actually just a thing that some people can unfortunately have to deal with. Would have been nice to know that about 25 years ago. Poor Kel'Thuzar has had to deal with so much of my nonsense. It's crazy. I mean, he doesn't seem to be that phased, but he's pretty tolerant too. To be fair, I think all you guys have at this point. I'm not very good at hiding anything, and I don't really care to hide it either, honestly. I mean, if I have to be around you guys, not have to, I want to be around you guys. If I'm going to be around you guys, at the very least, I don't want to have to try to put on a facade, because it would just be exhausting, and I want to be able to enjoy your company, so that's why I gotta be myself around you guys. So that's sort of why I never tried to hide any of this, even on stream. It's just too mentally draining to have to try to, like, exhaust, like, what just comes natural, I guess. Oh my god, dude, I can't even breathe for a second. I'm in combat with this guy now. Oh, I'm safe. Oof, that was close. We've got a lot of potions, that's nice. I need to get into this house to kill this guy, and they're gonna spawn on top of me, but I need freaking mana, so hurry up! It's gonna spawn, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die in here. We're running in really quick. We're gonna try to pull this guy. Is that him right there? Nope. But we're gonna fight him. Is that over there? That's her up there. So we'll kill this guy really quick if we're quick. One more. Good. Now we're gonna, she's right there. Is that her? That's her. Kill her quick. Before everybody spawns in here. We're gonna get nuked. We're getting nuked. They're gonna spawn on top of us. We're gonna have to do this quick. Is this some more up now? I'm sorry, it keeps moving. I apologize. Oh my god, dude. Let's drink, but I think she's gonna spawn on top of us, but we'll drink quick. That way, if I gotta get out of here, I hope I can get out. At least we have potions. Should have made food too, honestly. That was sort of dumb. Whatever. One more tick. Good. I think it's good enough. Let's get out of here. Let's run. Let's go this way. I know you're gonna chase me. Oh, or not. Sick. All right. Well, then I'll take care of you. Thank you for protecting me. Very nice. Let's go. Okay. Right. We got these Scarlet quests. I forgot about that one. Wow, we're making some progress today. Like, we're moving and shaking. My bags are full as hell. One of the best quality of life things World of Warcraft's ever done in this game, in my opinion. Probably one of the most quality of life things that I think people greatly undervalue, because they just take it for granted now at this point, is quest items not taking up spots in your bag. That was huge. That, and for Warlocks, not having to have soul shards take up bag space. Huge. Although, to be fair, I think also, this is early WoW, but I believe the key slot, the key ring, I don't think always existed. I think there was a time when you didn't have a key ring, and you had to put your keys manually in your bags. And then very early on in WoW, very early on, I think they realized we shouldn't have keys take up a spot, so we'll create a key ring. But I think when WoW first released for a few months, I could be incorrect, but I thought it was at least for a few months, if not a year, there was no key slot. I think you had to manually carry your keys, but I don't remember for sure. But yeah, so we're making progress. I mean, I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see how this stream does compared to the other ones. Just because... Classic? Oh, someone died. Just because Classic. I wonder... I feel like Classic's not as popular as Baldur's Gate or Retail WoW. We'll see. I feel like it's more niche. But who knows? I really don't like that I don't have a lot of... I'm gonna have to throw something out. It's okay, gold's easy to make, so... This, brother, you're gonna die. I'll fight these guys, that's okay. Oh, it sucks. Gotta have a spell interruption. That's rid of your cancel. Yeah, we'll get... Yeah, and this counts, that's okay, 'cause this counts. That's just making my quest easier. Drugs are a hell of a drug. What are people talking about? Oh shit, I could have learned swords. I should have done that. I could have learned swords in Undercity. Okay. We'll have to go back. Are we getting a little bit of lag now? I noticed a little bit of lag. I think there's a bit of a delay. Is it 308 ms? Well, that's not good. That suddenly happened all of a sudden. Why? That's strange. So that's Meaty Batwing. Is the Meaty Batwing part of a quest? I don't think it is. And then we only have 2 of them, so we'll toss the Meaty Batwing. We'll pick up the ring. And I have a feeling one of these guys is going to drop bags. And I keep saying that, but someone's eventually going to drop a bag, and when they do, I'll see. I told you so. Right? Right. It's like the guy that buys lottery tickets, saying every time this one's the winner. Right? Once he wins, like I told you it was a winner. It's like, what's the gambler's fallacy? This is the one. This is, I'm telling you, I know before, when my wife left me and my kids abandoned me and I lost the house and my dog, that wasn't the one, but this is the one. This is the one that drops the bag. You're gonna see. This is the one. I know. This is the one. I can feel it. Okay. 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 Next one. Right here is a guy. Okay. This is the one. This is the one that drops the bag. This is gonna be the one. I can tell. Stupid jokes. Stupid joke. Wow, I think you'd eat it before you'd fuck it, right? Or am I wrong? Maybe you're impolite. The gas price, they were the best. It's awesome. You don't have to travel anywhere. Oh, Christ. Course thread. So we'll toss the course thread, because I can buy more. Yeah, I know it's needed for a quest, but it's just buy it. Yeah, it's just a vendor item. We'll just buy it. It's fine. It's fine. Bird flu in the raw milk. What are they talking about? Is there another pandemic now you're telling me? You know what was actually the scariest film I've ever seen in my entire life? And I don't say that. I'm not saying that like in a... Like, oh, I'm so smart. It's like, I'm serious. Or not Quarantine. Contagion. Contagion was the most horrifying film I've ever seen in my entire life. And that's because it's about a virus with Matt Damon. It was sort of like COVID, but it was way before COVID. And I'm not going to spoil it for you. But when you see how it spreads and how easily it's spread by accident, it was a very horrifying movie. It was the most scariest film I've ever seen in my life because it seemed so real and so plausible. That's why it was so scary. Just how destructive and how quickly it spread. And that's my biggest fear, really. It always has been, like, biological warfare, because good luck. Good luck, man. You know, like, someone releases, like, some kind of super bug, and not even releases it, not even intentionally. Like the way it happened with, like, COVID. Like, it's scary. But what I've learned is, this was before COVID, I remember learning this. For a long time, scientists were fearful of viruses and bacteria becoming antibiotic resistant because they're called superflus, and it's a strain that becomes resistant to the antibiotics. So then you don't know how to treat it. You have to keep trying to create new antibiotics to overcome it, but it keeps adapting. And they're afraid that the more we keep hitting infections with antibiotics, the more they're going to keep adapting to it. And eventually it's going to get to a point where something's going to be so aggressive, no antibiotic will be able to kill it. And they say there are a few examples of those already, and they're very unbelievably rare. But it's a serious concern. And I remember watching that a very, very long time ago. It was like National Geographic or something. They were talking about it. But superflus, they call them. And there are people, I think they're called ethnobotanists. I believe Terence McKenna was one. And they're people that study plants. And they see the value that plants have in medicine. They sort of go into the jungle, and they find plants, and they say, we believe this plant may be beneficial in medicine. And they sort of study it and try to see, like, what benefits it may have for, like, medicinal purposes. And they're constantly, every day, I guess you have ethnobotanists constantly looking in the jungles for new vaccines or new bacterias that can help fight these like superflus, because we need to have them before we need them. Otherwise, it can be like contagion, essentially. And it's crazy, right? Like, it's crazy to think like they're potentially out there. You know, like, it's wild. But that's also, I think, why like the coronavirus lab existed in China, because you can't just not study this stuff. You have to study this stuff. If you don't study it, that's how you get sick. So while unfortunately things can sometimes escape by accident, it's a risk you have to potentially take, because you can't just not know how this stuff operates. You have to be able to study it to get in front of it. So, you know, it's interesting. You're sort of playing with fire. You're playing with fire when you're studying this stuff, because God forbid if it does get out, contagion, right? It's interesting. I don't like that COVID became a dirty word, because like people with such a hot-butted thing, like you should still be able to talk about it, you know. People just got so like riled up because of like one side of the argument or the other side. It's like, I don't care. Just the whole thing about it is fascinating. That something like this got out and made us so sick, and you couldn't see it. It was like an invisible enemy. Like, it's right. It's crazy. What was most fascinating about it, though, was how it was sort of like The Walking Dead, or like The Last of Us. It's like, are you an infected? We don't know if you're an infected. We don't know if you're a carrier. So like, we need to. It was sort of like that human nature thing, which I thought was sort of interesting. Like The Thing. It was like The Thing, like the movie The Thing, right? It's like, are you one of them? Are you an infected or not? I thought that was interesting. Just from like a social perspective. But yeah, Contagion was wild. I remember it, because it goes... I mean, if you guys have seen Contagion, I don't know if you have. If you haven't, I highly recommend it. It was Matt Damon. And from the moment of the first infection until the point when the entire world is infected happens so fast. It's crazy. And supposedly, experts, like virologists, that have watched this film have said that it's probably one of the most realistic examples of how it would happen and what could potentially happen if something like this were to happen. Because there was a movie called Outbreak as well with not Matt Damon, with goodness, who's that actor? Dustin Hoffman, I believe. I believe it's Dustin Hoffman. I think it was called Outbreak, and I believe it was about a monkey that was infected with a virus that somehow comes to America, and the virus spreads and affects the whole country essentially, or a lot of people, and they're trying to find this monkey that's on the loose that's infecting everyone. And that wasn't as realistic, I believe, as Contagion. They were saying that movie's like nonsense. It's all fiction. But they said Contagion is very close to the truth. So that sort of scared me. Yeah, but you know, I think it helps that Matt Damon's such a fabulous actor. He's such a strong actor that, like, when you put him in a role like that, he's very convincing. I think that really helps. Oh, home early. All right, friends. Well, the missus just walked in. Give me just a second, really quick, okay? Uno momento. Maybe we go back to Brill, we'll call it. We've been going for like 3 hours at least, right? Hold on a sec. We've been going for 3 hours. It's not horrible. Started an hour early. Just 1 sec. I want to get somewhere safe. Hi, sweetheart. How are you? Alright, just a sec. Well, I could probably Hearth, but that'll take me back to Shadowgrave. I don't want to run all the way back there. I should have set it to Brill. At least we finished the quest. We can run out of here now. I'm just going to ignore all the ads and just run. Like our friend did. It was a beta classic thing? What's he talking about? Should have kept it. Oh, stealth is for betas. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. Had stealth. What's stealth? I'm so confused by this conversation. Okay, I think they're joking. Okay, it's all these silly things. I'll go this way. And you're going to assume he's anything? Lame joke is lame? Okay, missed it all. Who cares? Jesus Christ, they're going on about this now? Who cares, dude? Okay, I think I'm safe here. I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Hi, friends. My apologies. So we're gonna wrap it up soon. You probably when we get to Brill. Yeah, and then we'll go again tomorrow. Because I believe we can go tomorrow. I'll confirm if you guys are on Discord. I can update you to let you know for sure. But I think we might be able to play some Baldur's Gate tomorrow if all is as I had hoped. Alright, let's head back to Brill, hand these in. almost there. You know, honestly, like, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I've thought about this many times. There's a few times where, because I do, like, share a room, like, this isn't technically my bedroom, and I want to respect the privacy of my fiance. So if she's chilling in here, that's why sometimes I end stream, just because, like, she wants to chill in here. She has a right to chill in here, so I'll cut off the cam so she can chill. But I could sometimes, I'm sure she wouldn't care, I could probably stream without the cam on, just out of respect for her, and still play the game. And we could probably stream more often doing that, even like sometimes at random sporadic times at night, like if she's sleeping and I'm just like chilling. But I don't know if that's something you guys care. I don't know how important a camera is. I feel like it's not that important. I feel like the gameplay is more important. So I could try that one time. If it's like, you know, a night time when I'm not, I can't necessarily hit the cam on, but I could probably get on. You'd probably be able to get a few more sessions in. Especially like Baldur's Gate, right? Like, that's a game where I don't even really need to talk that much. It's mostly the game that carries. So. We got that quest. We're not doing that yet. Nolly VTuber arc? Is that a VTuber? I thought a VTuber is just... Because I'm not on the screen. Or we can do... Let's do VTuber. Screw it. Big old bitties, right? That's the VTubers. Don't they all have that? Aren't they all like crazy? It's like, isn't it just mostly like boobs on a stick figure? I feel like that's all the VTubers. God, there's... Yeah, I should learn cooking.
What are you looking for?
Let's hand in this quest. It'll give us 3 slots. Probably 4 because the Scarlet one as well.
I am forsaken.
Revenge has a sweet taste, don't you think?
Revenge has a sweet
When you
taste.
destroyed the Agamans, did you catch any hint of free will within them? I hope so. I hope they knew fear before they were smashed into oblivion.
Do you hear how
It
dark
a
that is?
foolish hope. I know. But it is a hope I foster nonetheless.
I hope they had fear. I hope they had free will. So they were acting on their own accord. And I hope that was the case, so they suffered. Not so they were mindless zombies. I wanted them to make this choice on their own accord so I could inflict suffering to them. That's what he's saying. That's insane.
Beware the living.
Thank you. Devlin's bones will rest nicely on my mantle.
This guy's a
If
psycho.
my cold heart can find warmth, it is in knowing that the Agamans are destroyed. They failed me and my family when the plague came. Now I swear I will smash their remains under my heel.
Like revenge?
You have given me the remains of the Agamans and satisfied my desire for revenge. But the Agamand mills hold a threat to all the Forsaken, not just to me. I have spoken to Magistrate Severin of your exploits against the Agamans, and he wishes to speak with you.
Okay. And where is he? Also, let's learn cooking real quick. Real quick. Is there not a cooking trainer here? I swear, I thought there was. That's weird because...
Rest your weary bones for a spell.
Is there not a cooking trainer? Huh.
Goodbye.
Because I'm pretty sure Goldshire has a cooking trainer. That's weird. That could be upstairs. There's not a cooking trainer upstairs. I know that much. But maybe there's a tailoring trainer that I missed. I thought there was because I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong again, but I thought that again, Goldshire has a tailoring trainer upstairs. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is just class trainers in Goldshire. Maybe they don't have a tailoring trainer. That's a journeyman enchanter. So there's an enchanting trainer.
I suppose training you is not out of the question. Very well. Let's begin.
Yes, but I don't have any greens yet, so I can't do this. Do I have a green? That's not, you can't sell that. Disenchant that, rather. Okay, so no cooking. Let's keep going. Or I guess maybe we should call it here. I guess we'll log out at the inn. Hope you guys have a fabulous Thanksgiving. We'll hand in the quest really quick, I guess.
haven't got all day. Watch your back.
What would you
I should just confirm with the missus that I should call it now. Unless if she's gonna do something else, then we'll keep going. But I'll just confirm with her really quick in a second.
What do you require?
Okay, that's that quest. We've done that one. So it's in here, yes. Oh, out of this line of sight.
Coleman speaks well of you, adventurer, telling of your successful forays into the Agamand Mills. The Forsaken have need of your talents
Once again.
The Agamand Mills area has become a foothold for the Scourge. Their strongest point is the Agamand family crypt, where their local military leader, a skeleton named Captain Dargol, has headquartered. With necromancy, he has raised the ancestors of the Agamans and plans to use them against us. This cannot pass, and you must stop it.
That's a good story.
Travel to the Agamand family crypt and defeat the raised Agamand ancestors, and bring me the skull of Captain Dargol.
Ooh, it's our first green. We can disenchant, except we're going to use that because that's a huge upgrade. Darn. That would have been sick. Look how much it sells for. They have increased rewards, man. You cannot tell me they have not. That's insane. There's no way. There's just no way. I was about to try to mount. Jesus, brother.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we should sell some stuff. I think we should make some bandages maybe, or more stuff with tailoring. Yeah, let's make more tailoring stuff. We're gonna quickly run to the Undercity to work on our professions, because I want to get rid of some of this cloth, and I'd rather make more tailoring. And yes, I could make bandages as well. I'll level up my first aid after. Right now I want to get cloth so I can level my tailoring, so I can start making green robes. Because if I can start making green robes, I can start disenchanting them. If I can disenchant them, I can level my enchanting. If I can get it to level 10, I can get a wand. Having a wand will fill the gap when I'm out of mana fighting. See that? So right now the goal is to get a wand, because if you can get a wand, then that will help tremendously. Oh, thank you so much, man. Vince McNasty. That guy looked like he was like 20 or 30 something. Wow, level 31. Who knew they existed? He's got his Shadowfang Keep helm, or Shadowfang Keep chest, rather. I think this is from the Sleepwalker. Is that not from Black Fathom Deep? The Lavish Jeweled Ring, is that not from Dead Mines, I want to say? That's from Black Fathom Deep, I believe. The Belt of Agrul, I think, is a reward from Shadowfang Keep. Are those not from Shadowfang as well, I believe? I don't remember if that he just bought. Oh, we just missed it. Okay, give me 30 seconds. Hey, good news, guys. We're gonna get the stream a little bit longer. Just give me 1 sec. I just gotta shut off the cam because, just for a second, because the misses. But we're still live. Cam's off. You're good. Yep. Okay, so we do actually get the stream for a little bit longer, so that's exciting, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna kick the cam back on in a second. But turns out the dinner plans changed a bit, so if we can actually go for a little bit longer. So that's exciting. Can I tell you guys some silly WoW drama if you care? I've been following this so closely. It's so silly. So, if you're not watching like OnlyFans, which is like hardcore WoW, what happened was like they were split into races. The trolls hate the Tauren hate the undead. Everybody hates each other because they're all like split into groups. That's like the fun of it. Like, which team can have the most 60s the first? Which team get the most points? You get points by completing quests, completing dungeons. You lose points by dying. It's like a point system, and all the races are split up. So, one of the... It wasn't a troll. I think it was an undead cheated. And what that means is, in OnlyFans and hardcore WoW, what you're supposed to do is, you can't use the auction house, you can't use the mailbox, you cannot trade with anybody other than people in the guild. If you trade with anyone other than people in the guild, that's considered cheating. And there's an add-on. They made a specific add-on specifically for the streamers to make sure that no one's cheating. It tracks you if you cannot open the mailbox, you cannot use the auction house. So one of the undead turned off the add-on while on stream. He fucked up, I guess. He didn't realize he was streaming or something. So he turned off the add-on on stream, and he opened up his mailbox, and there was gold in there from the auction house. So he got caught cheating. So all the other races said, how do we punish the undead race for this one undead cheating? It's not fair. We're not supposed to use the auction house. And he did. So they said, how about we put him... He was like level 30. Like, how about we put him in the Gubashari arena, if that's how you say it, the Stranglethorn Vale arena, and have him try to survive for 10 minutes in the arena. If he can survive at level 30 for 10 minutes in the arena while everybody's trying to kill him, then like he can just throw away the gold and he can keep his character. Otherwise, he has to delete the character. So he was in the arena, he was surviving, he was fighting other people, and if he dies, he's dead forever. He's trying to survive, and when there's about 5 minutes left, people were getting mad that he didn't die yet, so the trolls sent the only level 60 on the server. There was one level 60 on the server, and they sent the troll, the level 60 on the server, to go in and kill him as punishment for cheating. And they got so mad. It's still going on to this day. People are complaining about it. I think there's like drama. Like, it's not fair. You sent a level 60. It's bullshit. All that time that he spent to reach level 30. Sorry, can I turn the cam back on? Okay, sorry. Cam back on. Sorry, boys. So they were saying, like, guys, like, it's not fair. Like, you know, he cheated. Like, you shouldn't have had a level 60. And then, but everyone else, the other side of the coin is like, well, don't cheat. Like, well, you're cheating. Don't cheat, right? If you don't cheat, it doesn't happen. You don't get killed by level 60. And I can sort of agree with that because it's one of those things where I feel like rules are meant to be broken all the time. There's always exceptions to the rules. I believe that in my heart of hearts. The only time I feel there's no exceptions to the rule is when you're playing a game. And that sounds so counterintuitive because you're like, wait a minute, you're telling me there's exceptions to the rule when it comes to murder and the law, but there's no exceptions to the rule when it comes to games? And I'll tell you why. Life is more complicated. There's a lot of variables in life. In a game, it's not very complicated. The only variables in the game is reciprocity, and that's I will accept the same rules that you accept. And if we both agree to this rule set, it allows us to play with the confines of the rules we've set in place. And the purpose of that is for fun. So if someone's going to cheat, it completely dismantles the whole point of what we're doing. Because there's no stakes other than fun. And if you're cheating, then you're just ruining the whole thing. You're corrupting the whole well. There's no point to any of it. Because none of it means anything. It's all just recreational anyways. So that's why I say the only time cheating matters is in a game, because if it's only for recreation and the sole purpose of ruining it is just to ruin the experience, and the whole point is to challenge yourself. The whole point of rules is to have a challenge. If there were no rules when you played Monopoly, there's no challenge. The fun is recognizing the challenge and then trying to overcome the hurdles put in place. But if you cheat, it completely diminishes the whole concept of that. So that's why I feel like cheating in a game is the worst kind of place to cheat, because it completely dismantles the entire purpose of its existence. But that's just my thought. I'd love to know what you guys think. It sucks the guy got killed. If I was level 60, I wouldn't have gone in and shot him, honestly. But look, we got a green. Sick, boys. Look at that. Look at that. We're moving up in the world. Look at that. Look, we're crushing it, boys. But yeah, it's hard. It's hard for me to, like, it sucks that he got killed. It sucks. He did waste a little bit of time. But, like, in the end of the day, don't cheat. And I don't normally have that, like, mentality. Like, that's very black and white thinking. Don't cheat. But in this case, there's nothing else. It's either, like, not cheating or just don't do it, period. Like, when I say don't do it, I mean don't play the game. Don't bother. Either don't cheat or just why even bother? Because there's no point to any of it then. The only point is to just not cheat. And if you cheat, then none of it means anything. That's how it goes, I guess. So we can make a bunch of these. It does use a lot of linen cloth, but we can disenchant it and make wands, and that was our goal. But we can, that'll help too. Not by much, though. It's almost worth, I'll take the hit on the armor. I'll take the hit on the armor to make the gear I can disenchant. That'll be worth it. I'd rather make, like, 6 of these or whatever and still have that. It'll be better, because I can disenchant, and then maybe I'll have enough mats for a wand if I'm lucky. You're fighting a boss right now? Okay. I cannot wait to hear your answer when you're done fighting a boss. Oh, thank you, Insane Gamer. I appreciate that. I mean, it's not even a matter, like, I want to be right. It's just a matter of, like, I don't understand, like, what we're doing at that point. Like, if you're gonna cheat in hardcore WoW, or in, like, the OnlyFans thing, why not just play regular WoW? Because, like, the challenge is the challenge you put upon yourself, I guess. So if you're not willing to put the challenge upon yourself, I don't even know why you're going through the motions. At that point, well, I lied. I know why. I know why you're going through the motions. At that point, I think you're cheating and trying to get away with it because there's what's the word I'm looking for? Not, like, it's not honorable. It's not an ego boost, but there's, like, a sense of pride that you can receive from your friends if they think that you leveled to level 60 in hardcore WoW without cheating. If you played by the rules, like, that were put in place and you lied about that, then your friends would be like, wow, like, good for you, and you get to experience that, good for you, and you're the only one that knows that you cheated. So I guess that's maybe why you try to get away with it. Because even if you don't care about the self-imposed rules that make it a challenge, and that's what's supposed to make it fun, you still get the benefit of looking cool in front of your friends. So I could see why people do it. I take back what I said. Now I understand. I lied. So I guess that's more important to them. So that's why they did it, I guess. I don't know. But, hey. It is what it is. It was funny, though, to see the argument between Soda and the other gentleman. Because the other gentleman was like, people want the prestige of the idea, but don't want the effort. No, you crushed it. That's the you said it better than I worded it, but that's the conclusion I came to myself. But clearly you did it before me. But you're right. I agree. That's exactly why. That makes perfect sense to me. That makes absolutely perfect sense. Yeah, it's the prestige. That's sad. I gotta give credit, though, to, like, some of these psychos that are streaming this OnlyFans stuff, because, man, I don't know if I'd have it in me to keep going after how many times they've died. I think Mizkif died, like, 6 or 6 times, and he keeps going. I don't know how he does it. He's got a hell of a lot of endurance, man. It's crazy. And he was playing yesterday for, like, 13 hours, and then he did a sponsor after. It's like, Jesus, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy endurance. And he died, and then he leveled another character. Are you kidding? What? There are male succubus? There's incubus. Are you kidding me, dude? In classic WoW? That's not cool. That's not okay. Then give us blood elves. I don't care. This is throwing out the baby with the bathwater now. I understand inclusivity, and you want to change body shape. Instead of calling it male-female, you call it body shape 1, body shape 2. It doesn't affect the game that much. But this wasn't even added in Legion. This was added, like, last X-Pack or something. If you're going to add this in the game, then just throw out the baby with the bathwater. I'm sorry. That's silly, dude. There's no like, need for that. Respectfully. You may as well, like, where do you draw the line? Why do you add an incubus, but then you don't add transmog, right? Who cares? That's an updated model. That's an updated model. I know I'm being ranty. Who cares? It's just, I don't really understand Blizzard's, like, thing with the whole preservation thing. Are you preserving it or not? And I'm not one of those people that's like, things have to stay exactly how they were. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that's what they said. They kept saying we want it to be as close to the original experience as possible. So I'm like, okay. So then when I see stuff like that, I'm like, wait a minute, that counteracts what you said. Which one is it? I'm okay with both. Just tell me what the deal is. You know, the best part about World of Warcraft, in my opinion, are the, like, those kinds of, like, class quests. I love them so much. It's so neat. Like the Druid Bear quest, the Warlock Succubus quest. They're cool. They sort of send you all over the world to, like, do stuff, and it makes you feel sort of like an adventurer. Like, you feel like you're unlocking something. The Succubus quest, I remember, I think, sent you to Shadowfang Keep, if I remember correctly. You go into the Barrens, and then I think you have to go to Shadowfang Keep to farm something off one of the bosses. But the whole quest, if you read the quest, it's like, it's the story, if I remember the story correctly, it's something along the lines of, like, summoning a powerful incubus or succubus. Someone once did it, but they got, like, killed by it or something, but we're going to try it again, and we're smarter than the person that got killed, but we have to perform the ritual. In order to perform the ritual, you need certain materials. The materials are hard to come by, but you know a warlock that's been practicing that kind of magic, so you have to kill that warlock to get the magic. It's something like that. Like, it's a cool story. Instead of just going to a trainer and, like, learning it, it's like a bit of a story, and then when you get your demon, you're like, wow, like, this comes with, like, a backstory. Like, that's really cool. I think that's neat. And same thing with, like, druid forms. When you get the druid forms, you don't just learn them. It's like, it's a backstory. Why you're a bear. Why you're a seal. Why you're a cat. That's 20, that's 24. So we'll get the cloak.
Goodbye.
Okay, so we have a couple things we could enchant, right? Let's throw this here. Okay. That will give us, we're level 5 enchanting, because we disenchanted stuff. I forgot about that. We're going to do this 5 times, and then we won't have the material for it, but we'll have the skill level to make, a,
Train you. You need to talk to your class trainer.
wand, which I cannot learn until level 10, so I'm gonna, okay. Where do we buy... Is it from here? It might be the trades goods. I can never remember where you buy the rune copper rod.
I'm listening.
Is it here? General supplies? It's not general supplies. Is it general? You know, yeah, copper rod right there. Okay, it was trade supplies. Okay. We're going to make the rune copper rod. That's 1 skill. That should take us to 6. But it is going to use materials, unfortunately. And it does take up a bag space, and I still haven't gotten bags. Okay, let's, we'll just give this to people. Who cares? Invite my alt to guild.
Hello.
There, it worked. Guess I can invite. Cool. See if anyone,
Speak quickly.
I should say open trade. I should have said that first time. Okay. See what people do. See if anyone opens trade. Oh, it's our friend. Cool. Excellent. There, got my skill up.
I am in your debt.
More powerful spell is active. Come on, guys. You want a free enchant? I'll do it to myself, but I figured I'd do it to people. Spread the good vibes, and maybe someone will tip or something. You never know. Trade and Brill. Cool. We'll see. See if anyone does. I don't mind doing this. And you're sitting around. It's like a little bit boring to stand around in the town, maybe, but it's sort of fun because it's like, I shot the sheriff. It's a funny name because you know, you just sort of socialize. You make friends this way, stuff like that. Sort of what makes the game fun, the socialization of it. We can actually make one more. Is this guy gonna open trade with us or? Oh, this guy. Yep, he wants it. Excellent. Sick dude. Thank you. Do one more. One, racers. Cool. Let's see if one more person opens trade. Look, worst case scenario, if no one gives us tips, that's totally fine. It still gets my skill up to 10, and I can learn the other stuff. Yeah, I'm a big Clapton fan too. Who doesn't like Clapton, right? Oh, is my friend gonna open trade? No? Okay. You, buddy? No. Damn it. Alright, I think I may just do it myself. Screw it. No? Nothing? Okay, let's do it ourselves. Screw it. Oh, someone targeting me? Maybe she wants it? Maybe she wants it. Yeah, cool. Last one. Perfect. Cool. Well, my friend. Cool. Oh, I'm sorry, I just ran out. That's nice. Cool. See, look at that, we made friends.
I suppose training you
This is what happens. Like, this is why I love the game so much. I talked to this dude. This dude is like, you're a cool dude. He's like, oh yeah, don't worry about it. So I give him a wand now, and like, who knows? We start talking. Who knows? Like, we start maybe leveling together. Like, you never like just never know what opportunities come as a result of like talking to people and stuff. And that's what makes the game so special to me. It's like it's so much fun to have these interactions in real time, and they're so unexpected, and I don't know. I think it's neat. Okay, so that's the Silver Pine quest. We're not doing that yet. Here's Scarlet Monastery. We got to do that. We got to pick one side and cut it off first. So that's level 13. We're not doing that. So we got to go left first. We're going to do this one first. We'll do this. These guys. Yeah, you're going to pull, but we're just going to keep running. Yeah, people totally went to Prestige. That's so strange. It's like Prestige in a video game is weird. I mean, I understand it, I guess, but I don't know. The other thing that's like super weird about the Prestige of it, I understand what you're saying. Absolutely, I understand. But just, maybe this is just my neurotic personality type, so I'm very neurotic, but I wouldn't cheat. Besides the fact that it's like stupid, and like why are you cheating anyways, it's also, if I did it for the Prestige, I wouldn't want to cheat because I wouldn't be able to sleep at night, knowing that I'm sitting here bragging about something, and if I get caught, you know, I got egg on my face. I wouldn't cheat just for that reason alone, because I wouldn't be able to sleep knowing this possibility that I get exposed at some point, and it just hurts my credibility, I guess. I don't know. Invite all, please again. Jesus Christ, brother. How many characters do you have? We're almost 10. That's nuts, dude. we're fighting two guys now. It stinks. We'll be okay. It's undead. I can't. It's demon. I don't think you can polymorph demon, so I'm gonna have to fight him. I could polymorph this guy, but he's almost dead, so we're just gonna. Okay. We're gonna fight you. We should be okay. We should be alright. We got health. We got a trillion health pots. We're fine. I'm not gonna waste my pots unless it gets real sketch, because I think this guy's gonna die. They don't run away in fear. I think it's only humanoids that run away in fear, right? I have a feeling we're going to make a lot of gold on this character, and that's because we seem to be leveling very fast, and we seem to be leveling our professions very fast. The fact that we're already at 39 is quite high already for our level, I believe. I could be incorrect, but we're gonna push it crazy fast, and because we're AoE farming on this guy, and that's not because I'm trying to like be some kind of goblin making all this gold. It's mostly just because I want to experience AoE farming, honestly. But just because of the nature of AoE farming, and because it's like 99% of the time going to be humanoids, we're probably going to get a lot of cloth. Meaning we could really pump up the tailoring really fast, really high. I think what's going to happen is my tailoring is going to outlevel my level. So I'm not going to be able to increase my tailoring item level until I reach a higher level to go like learn from the new tailor or whatever it is. Which is good. It's cool. I'm happy with that. But my point is I think we're going to make bank. I think we're going to make a lot of gold because we're leveling so fast, so early on in the X-Pack, or the release, that I don't think a lot of people are going to be leveling the professions this fast. There'll be a couple hundred people, I'm sure. But in a server with a bunch of thousands of people, a couple hundred doesn't fit that need as much as you think, especially when people aren't online the second they need it. So if I'm posting bags while other people are posting bags, let's say 500 people are posting bags. There are 20,000 people buying bags. We all get to profit. That's my point. I am playing until dinner's ready. I hope it's okay with you guys, because I'm gonna have to. I'm not gonna eat on stream. Like I'll spend a little bit of time with the missus, but yeah, I'm sure they will. Yeah, you guys like that? You guys are into that kind of stuff. Level 10, boys. We're moving and grooving, ladies and gentlemen. What does this say? Looking for group. Wait a minute. What? Challenging quests and dungeons. You can find other players. Are you kidding? Actually, that's not real. It's real, but it's... Really, dude? It's like the old LFG system, too. That's weird. Filter by quest and zone. Filter by activity. Dude, I don't know how I feel about this. I'll be honest. It's not a bad idea. How do I delist my group? It's not a bad idea. For some things, I'll be honest with you. Like this gentleman right here. Need help with rogue quest. That makes sense. But I just don't know how much, like, this counterattack is a tough quest. I understand that. I don't know how I feel about this, because I'm afraid it's going to kill the social of the game. What I really liked about this game is saying, like, need a mage, Scarlet Monastery, need a, you know, this. And then you whisper him, and he invites you, and you guys are all making your way. I guess we're still all making our way there. I guess we still all make our way there. I guess it doesn't change too much. I don't know. I don't know. I guess it's okay. We'll have to see, I guess. I don't know. Just... It feels a little bit Pandora's boxy. Where, like... I'm not saying it's a slippery slope. It seems like just like a lazy argument. It's a slippery slope because it's not I don't believe in like the whole slippery slope argument. Well, you do one, you gotta do for all. Like, where do you just draw the line? You draw the line where you draw the line. You just draw the line where you draw the line. That's how it works. But This isn't where do you draw the line. This is... How do you pronounce it? What's it called? Is it like the ship of Thesis? Or what is it? The ship of what? The ship of what? What's it called? You guys know what I'm talking about? The philosophical concept where if you had... the ship of what? Because if you have a ship, an old ship, and you replace it piece by piece, at what point is it a new ship? That's the question. So my question is, this is not a slippery slope. I'm not saying, where do you draw the line? My question is, how much of Classic WoW do you change before it's a new game? That's my question. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the LFG. I feel like I'm going to be an optimist. And I'm going to say LFG is going to be mostly good and not impact Classic WoW too much. I think it's going to help people with a few of the quests that they would otherwise wouldn't be able to complete unless they were begging their guildies on higher levels to help them. I think it's easier to connect people for very strange niche quests that they would otherwise not complete, or they would have to wait to complete. Is that the rare bat? Yes, it is. There he is. There he is. The Needler. I always wanted this fucker. I always wanted to tame him. But I'm sorry, Hunters. We're going to kill him because he's probably going to drop a green. I'm very sorry, Hunters. You'll find him later. Please don't kill me, Hunters. Please don't kill me. I'm very sorry. If anyone watching this is a Hunter. Because he is a very good pet. He's a very good pet. But he also is a rare and he drops greens. So he'll respawn and you'll tame him. A 7-second silence! Dude! Dude! Are you out of your mind? And he didn't drop a green. I'm sorry, Hunters. Okay, well. We didn't see that? That never happened. What are you talking about? Rare? I don't know. I'm just killing Scarlet guys. What are we... Rares? I don't know what you're talking about. We're killing rare spawns, hunter pets. We're just Scarlet Monastery. It's all humanoids. I don't know what you guys are going on about. We need one more of these guys. To be fair, there's no such thing as undead hunters, so someone would have to come here anyways to do it, so at least there's that. Let's use our polymorph for the first time. Ah, that's fun. What is going on with this guild, man? What are they talking about? What? Can we be cancer here? What the fuck? Some nice chat. What? Why would you want to be cancer anywhere though? Because living is boring without some nice chat. What is he talking about? That's a goth girl's job. What are they talking about? I mean, is that really ruining your life? I don't think it's ruining your life. What? What the fuck is this guild chat? What is going on? Oh my god, we're back in Classic, that's for sure. This is the most schizo guild chat I've read in a long time, dude. These people really get in the weeds about the difference between scene and goth. Are we really doing that right now? Scene is not goth and emo is not goth. They're different. They're all different. The music genre is different, right? Like Christ, who's that guy that wears makeup with the crazy hair? Oh god, I can't think of his name. The Cure. The Cure is a goth band, Fall Out Boy is an emo band. There's a difference. And then Broken Side. You remember Broken Side? Broken Side is like a scene band. Broken Side doesn't sound like Fall Out Boy, doesn't sound like The Cure. The Cure is very like melodic and depressing. Fall Out Boy is like emo and angsty. And then Broken Side is just like too much Adderall. Alright. So, this quest is done. We're level 10. We can learn new abilities. We didn't get a whole lot of cloth, though, did we? We didn't get much cloth at all, really. We've got to sell some stuff. I cannot believe I've not got a bag yet. That's just insanity.
What do you
At this
require?
point, we're gonna just eventually, like, make a bag. By the time I can, one drops for me.
Queen's death will undoubtedly please the Dark Lady. You have performed your duty well, adventurer. We are still at war, and the Scarlet Crusade grows in strength. The report Executor Aaron sent me indicates Scarlet Crusaders have been raiding from the ruined tower in southeastern Tirisfal near the Balnir farmstead under the command of Captain Vashon. Kill Vashon along with 5 Scarlet Friars. It should prove to be a devastating blow.
It's not even close to a devastating blow. What are you going on about?
Be quick about your business.
You know what would be the ultimate classic character or like goal, which I'll probably never do, but would be really sick, would be to get the corrupted Ashbringer. That'd be crazy. I've never even stepped foot in classic Nax. I've never stepped foot in classic ZG. There's a lot I haven't done in classic, but that'd be neat. Yeah, the Ashbringer, the corrupted Ashbringer would be crazy. That'd be so cool. Again, it's one of the most iconic weapons in the game, right? I don't even play a paladin. But I think I would do it on a warrior. I think I would do it on like a warrior just because it's so goddamn iconic.
For someone of your
It'd be so cool.
Speak with her in the magic quarter of the Undercity, and prepare yourself for your first task for the Mages of the Forsaken. Watch your tone.
So we have a mage quest.
I'm an undead mage trainer, and you're a mage.
Yeah, Frost Armor. Frost Nova! Dude! We got Frost Nova now! We're becoming mages! We're actually becoming... We're doing it, boys! We're becoming mages. Crypt Queefer? Oh, that's gross. We got Conjure Water. That's what we got. Conjure Water. Yes. Do I make more now? Conjures 2? Okay, anyone listening? Tell me if I'm incorrect with this, but how I remember this used to be is a mage making water, when you would first learn the spell, you would make 2 water every time you cast it, for example. But the more you cast the spell, eventually you start making 4 every time. Then you start making 6 every time, or like something like that, right? Was that never a thing? Am I imagining things? Or it wasn't 6, but it was at first you would make like 1, and then you would make like 3, and then you would make 5, and it would cap at 5. That way, every time you'd make water, it would make 5 every time. You do it 4 times, then you'd have 20. Is that not a thing? Would you not like train your? And it wouldn't say like skill in water goes up. There was nothing. It was happening in the background. But when you would cast it for the first time, it would only make 1. Then you'd cast it a few more times. Eventually, it would proc 2. Then eventually, it would proc like 3, and then eventually, it would proc 5 or whatever. Or am I misremembering that? I thought that was a thing. I would love to know if any of you mages... Look how high they are. They're higher level characters. That's sick. I would love to know if that's something that I'm misremembering or if that was a thing originally. Did you get it already? Is it here? Oh, alright. Cool, cool. You were quick. Okay, friends. Dinner has arrived. So I guess we'll call it for now. I hope you guys all have a wonderful Thanksgiving. I hope you guys had a wonderful Thanksgiving. I mean, we're officially 4 hours in like 7 seconds. That's a pretty good... 4 hours, not a horrible stream, right? Yeah, I don't know what the night has in store, truthfully. Level 40, highest level I've seen so far. If she's just chilling tonight, if she's just doing her thing, then maybe we'll hop back on. If I'm gonna play WoW anyways, there's no reason not to click on the stream, honestly. If I'm gonna be on here anyways, why not, right? So, we'll see. Maybe we can get some more levels or play some retail or something. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I can announce it on the Discord even if we do go live again, but we'll figure it out. But if I don't see you guys today or tomorrow, then the next stream will be Sunday for sure. But I have a feeling we're probably going to be able to squeeze one in a little bit before then. But if not, I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful Thanksgiving. I'd love to thank you guys for spending your time, your Thanksgiving with me today. It was a blast. These last 4 hours went by really fast. It was a blast. And we made a little bit of progress on the Mage. So now we'll get some rested XP. And if we don't return tonight, then worst case, we'll return Sunday. Absolute worst case scenario. If I don't talk to you guys by then, have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Be safe. Have a great weekend. And thank you guys for the chat and all the fun conversation. And I hope to see you guys soon. Have a wonderful rest of your night.